Blind devotion, empty notion. Like a roaring ocean, slow in motion. Lay down your troubled mind. We are only kind and will kindly cease to be as we intertwine with the universe and its cosmic symphony. The smoke lingers after fire. The smoke lingers after fire. Blind devotion, empty notion. Like a roaring ocean, slow in motion. Blind devotion, empty notion. Like a roaring ocean, slow in motion. Lay down your troubled mind. We are only kind and will kindly Like devotion, empty notions. Like a roaring ocean, slowing motion. Lay down your troubled mind. We are only kind and will
like, well, this move isn't so great, but it does unlock the TB's farm. But yeah, I think it's just VP is one of the few teams that actually has the hard 5, and then they've really put a lot of emphasis on that 1. The game that they played a little bit more open with like a less farm intensive 1, they did get completely stomped. So I'm expecting them probably to jump back into that more 4 protect 1 style today.
And then I guess on the other side, when you talk about Hellraisers, we've talked about their ability to keep their draft incredibly enigmatic for the first 3 to 4 picks. You don't really know what they're doing with their heroes.
It is very open, yes.
You don't know what they're doing, but their drafts are kind of always similar. So you know what kind of play style they're going to be having. So you can draft around that and not necessarily just bang your head on the wall and think like, oh, where are they going to put this Void Spirit? What are they going to do with this Timber? Just don't think about it. Think about the way that they want to play the game and counter that. We saw it work out for NIP yesterday. I think VP should take the same approach. Though, when it comes to CIS teams, VP in general, we see them just playing their own game and they play to perfection, and that's how they win. It's been, even when Ramses was here a few years back, we see that Solo likes it, keep it simple and play it perfectly, and that's how you win the game. So maybe they just won't think about Hellraisers that much, but just play their own game, which is fine, definitely.
Hellraisers will definitely think the CIS way as they open up with the Pangolier, and instantly the Grimstoke.
Against the Pangolier. Hellraisers pretty much offered up to them Void Spirit and Pangolier, and for their team, it's always Pangolier is the higher priority. But these are like, the interesting ban from VP is actually the Ember Spirit, because normally teams want to ban out like SD Weaver Timber, the Void Spirit, the Pangolier. Like these are like the main heroes that you ban out, and yeah, it's interesting to see them actually put the Ember with higher priority.
Very cool.
VP put a lot of emphasis on the Centaur yesterday. They in both series, they then got Mars pretty much in both games, and it was like, well, Centaur v Mars, Centaur is defensive, Mars is aggressive, you want to stampede away, Arena kind of counters you. So it was a little bit of a rough Centaur game in general, but this time
there's no Mars.
Yeah, it's perfectly fine. Mars is already banned out, Pango, Kotal, these heroes don't like really being run at too quickly, so yeah, I think VP adjusting their opening, but it's also complemented by the fact that Hellraisers also banned out the Mars themselves, so it kind of simplifies this opening.
And 2 heroes that Rezo's been looking really good at recently is Axe and Centaur, so these initiating heroes that can also, if they take a lot of farm, can scale in a way, so I think this is the perfect opening for them. You mentioned the Beastmaster. I also think that it might be the best pick, but I haven't seen Virtus Pro play it, I haven't seen Rezo play it, and if I did it probably wasn't that good, since I don't really remember it, so Centaur is a comfort pick for them, and I like that they went for that. Again, going forward, we're going to play our lineup perfectly, even if we have a slightly, let's say, worse draft than the enemy, we're still going to play it well, and it's going to work out for us in the end.
Definitely anchoring the draft a little bit more, right? There should be Centaur free, Grimstroke support, whereas Hellraisers, this could be a Pango support still, right?
Yeah, definitely. Though you kind of have the flexibility of having the Grimstroke 4 or 5, so that works. But in the end, you kind of know what Virtus Pro is doing. You know how these 2 heroes work together in the lane, and what are kind of the best heroes that go with the Grimstroke if he is in the safe lane. Ricky comes to mind, which is pretty good right now in this game, though again doesn't really suit the Virtus Pro way that they want to play.
It's interesting that Death Prophet didn't get banned out yet. We've seen that hero be pretty definitive whenever it appears. I think it's 17 wins, 7 losses right now.
Very true. Actually, kind of escaped. Yeah, normally that's a high priority, but I guess as the tournament develops, you have like priorities on where you want to align, right? Like if, let's say, your alliance, DP would just be snapped up, right? But I think VP are less inclined to take it because they don't really have, I think, the flexibility on the hero, and also it just puts them into a weird corner where they're already showing off no one's hero.
And they went for the Ricky, actually.
VP go for the Ricky. It is a very good Ricky game. Like, as soon as you see Coddle, pretty much it just unlocks your game. Like, you know that your 5's not really going to ever be able to kill. You always be able to jump him. Like, as soon as you see a Coddle in your draft, it's how can we jump him as quickly as possible? We saw yesterday with VP when they were playing Oracle, for example. Liquid had a lot of pressure on. They had to kill the Oracle at the start of the fight because it's a position 5 that activates the rest of their team so easily. Same with Coddle. If he sits in the back line, you do one failed jump. Like Centaur, when he starts a fight, he blinks in. After that blink, he's committed. He can't, like, he has to stampede out. as long as you have Kodo in the backline, it's so easy to play the fights.
And one key point also, like Pangolier is very elusive in the laning phase, but not against Riki. You have 2 blink strikes, you have your tricks of the trade, you can run them down, especially with the Grimstroke. These 2 heroes work really well, and we know that in the CIS region, we can like often see these stomps that you just win the laning stage and just destroy them. So Riki and Grimstroke against the Pango in the lane, it can work really well. Though Hellraisers, they answer with a Bounty Hunter, which
Okay, all right. Yeah, like see how Hellraisers instantly reacted to the Riki with the Bounty. You now pretty much put Riki in like an awkward position where his strongest timing in the game is his defusal pickup. But that pretty much gets dismantled by the bounty, right? Because obviously you have track, so you can be aggressive, but you have to be really smart with it. And now VP, sticking to their guns of how they want to play, is like it's still pretty slow. Where Enigma's going to be able to enable your off lane, he's going to like exist, but you're not going to have that instant like sweeping map pressure that you'd expect with a Riki, for example. Like that 15-minute mark, you might have maybe a Helmet Dominator on Enigma, for example, if it's that type of game, and you might push a tower, but it's not that all-out aggression that you like to see normally.
True, and I want to see now like a hero that can take down a tower for Hellraisers, because they need to take down towers so they can actually utilize this bounty, not let the Enigma just get all the farm in the world, so that they can actually attack them before the Riki gets his timing, before the Enigma comes online. So DK?
But I just realized when you were mentioning the idea of the Pango, it's like in this position, I just put the bounty off lane and the Pango 4.
Yeah.
And then like you don't really care about the whole, oh, it's a hard lane for Pango.
Yeah,
the bounty will just steal your gold, play in the lane and just live life.
So I guess for Hellraisers, because they don't have final pick, maybe you could pick your mid now. Heroes push ties, you mentioned DK. Do you like something like Shadow Fiend this type of game, or is it a bit too squishy?
I don't think it complements their draft that well. Like they're trying to like sweep across the map and be aggressive, and the thing is with the Enigma pick is even though it's slow, it puts Hellraiser in the position of if we continue to try and play off mobility and pacing, we'll eventually make that one mistake and the call comes in when you come high ground and the game turns around. Like we're gonna have, but they're gonna set themselves up for that win condition. When you have, okay, that's the way that you get out of it, right? Like you end the game before this can happen. But when you see Riki Centaur or like Riki anything on side lanes, your mid lane is in your win condition. So for example, like a TA type hero, you can then just play off of a clean blink deso timing, Riki with defusal. You don't care if they have this bounty hunter tracking you, because you should be able to roll over them and blow them up quick enough that like they can't do anything. And Hellraisers, they're pretty much setting themselves up for, we can push your towers with Necro, we can maybe take these early fights and beat you in terms of positioning because we have the bounty, but we're never going to be able to take a real perfect team fight because what do we have? Like you've got Stampede, Soulbind, Black Hole, like you got 3 things, and what do we have? An old man that throws down like Will-O-Wisp. It's like it's very
you blind them as well, T.
What I don't like here from Hellraisers is that they are lacking damage when it comes to killing heroes, which might make your bounty hunter useless. So mid hero that can actually kill someone once this Lycan has taken 1 or 2 towers. That's something I'd like to see. Virtus Pro banned the DP, which is an overall good pick with the Lycan, but then again, I want to see something that can kill heroes. I want them to utilize this bounty, and there's the puck. He can actually kill some heroes.
We're watching Nip or Hellraisers right now. It's literally just like pretty much a Nip draft in one.
No, they've learned their lessons. Of course, they did get 2-0 by them. So
yeah, Supreme when he played puck the other day for Nip, it dismantled that opponent. So yeah, I think really well-rounded draft. They have the ability to go for early pickoffs. It's pretty much down for the puck. As soon as you hit 6, just move from lane to lane, get these early kills. Then you unlock the Lycan being able to pressure early on. It does put VP in that position where if they can maybe get a little bit more wave clear in their draft, they can stem the aggression because there isn't all the team fight is puck pretty much. So if you ever catch puck, Hellraisers can't really pressure an objective, and then VP can just outlive this kind of early aggression, and then they do have the late game because you have this Enigma factor in your draft.
And Hellraisers, they banned the Kunkka, but I think that DK is still in the pool.
They go for the bristle.
Damn. All right.
That's interesting. So who are we looking at on mid?
This is the Bristleback, right? And then Riki safe lane, Bristle up against Puck. Do you like that matchup?
It could be either of them mid, to be honest. Like I've seen Riki mids, I've seen Bristle mids. Like both of them, there's like a lot of flexibility there. The question really is, will VP have enough frontline and equally themselves damage, right? Like you mentioned Hellraisers lack damage. VP also really lack as well. Enigma as a support doesn't really provide much damage. he provides tower pressure, but that's about it. Ricky, item dependent. Centaur, not really much. And then Grim, like, it's going to be pretty hard for VP to match up against that early Necrobook timing on the Lycan. And then if they actually start with this pressure, VP really need to try and skirt away from the damage, catch up, lap up a little bit more farm, and then maybe play for the tier 3 defense or a tier 2 defense if they get those early timings. But
this is very interesting. Yeah, it's really interesting. 2 drafts. One draft is we're going to destroy you. The other draft is we're going to defend our towers and wait for the Enigma to get blink BKB and then win the game in the late game. So both teams kind of have what they want to do, but who's going to win? I have to say, because this is the CIS region, that I kind of favor Hellraisers because of the faster pace that they actually provide with their lineup.
It's the style that we've known the region for. Are you feeling the same? Are you with your compadre on the panel on this one?
You know, I think Hellraisers, they have the mechanisms to actually deal with VP. Like, even though you have this Bristleback, you're going to have the Necro Free to deal with him. You've got the Coil to always control the fight. Like, the value of Stampede is pretty much lower. And same again with Ricky. I think this puck will just do a lot of work.
Okay. Well, is we need to get our casters in for this game to see how this is going to go. 2 guys on the line, hoping it won't be another 2-0, as I know they've been treated to a...
You really should prepare for battle.
How's it going?
That does not look good. Oh, now I feel better.
"30 seconds to battle." I'm not much of an announcer, but I'll do my best.
Yeah, essentially, this Bristleback is pretty much the unkillable hero in this game. Now, if Bounty Hunter and the rest of Radiant can kill off everybody else and Bristol is left isolated, he will die. But apart from that, if they ever decide to jump him first, it's going to be a very tough fight for Hellraisers in this game. I think the one concerning factor is the Enigma. It's a bit greedy in this kind of games, especially when he's fighting up against Bounty Hunter and the Lycan. So let's see how Zayak is going to have some sort of impact in this game.
Yeah, meanwhile, Hellraisers and Virtus Pro, they just started clashing for all of these runes for a second there, like a lot of 1v1s across the map, and it did end up going the way of Hellraisers in the end. So it's 3 bounty runes to them and only 1 going the way of Virtus Pro. Starting off a little... I have no idea how this mid-match is going to go between the Puck and the Bristle, so we'll keep an eye on that one, but it seems like the Puck won't really enjoy the constant quills that much, but I guess if he can dodge one and reset the quills, then that's something. But let's focus on our side lanes for now. It looks like Funnick's going to be alone in the 1v1 against Resolution, so that means we've got a bunch of heroes down in the bottom lane, or at least traveling that way, as they're going to have Nyx on the Lycan laning up versus RTW on the Ricky. Scylla currently here with him, and Pushka, he's just trying to kill Eidolons on the side here.
Yeah, this Silence, they're going to be a bit resident sleeper. Oh, Roger going to get a courier though. That's going to be a little bit annoying for no one here. You're talking about mid lane. I think Bristleback doesn't really lose matchups against anything unless he gets completely outplayed in terms of like denies. And if things do go hard for him, he's just going to go into the mid lane.
Run Pushka down in the bottom lane, being chased by RTW and Solo here with that Stroke of Fate and with the Blink Strikes on the Ricky. I mean, he's such an annoying hero to lane against with those early charges and the Blink Strike, but the Coddle is able to get himself away. I thought it was brave not going for Blinding Light into a Ricky, but it seems to have worked out for him in the end, using this Illuminate, which is becoming more and more popular as we go.
Yeah, people just want to sort of push the lane out and then just spam pulls because you want a lot of experience. Like, you got Keeper and Lycan. This lane isn't going to be killing anyone, right? It's more of like a core pressure farm.
Resolution once again being dropped really low here, but also gets a salve off in the end. I keep interrupting you for almost kills, but there is a lot of action going along on the map right now as everyone's just kind of brawling to start this one off, just as we expect from a CIS versus CIS elimination match. I mean, it really is on the line for these two teams.
Oh, for sure. And the Bounty Hunter also fighting off against the Enigma. It's like literally just everybody just matched up against one another. If there is a first blood that's going to break out, it's most likely going to be with the Grimstroke Inswell on the Ricky, killing off the Keeper of the Light. Because the Keeper of the Light, without the Blinding Light, he's not going to be able to push off this Ricky when he jumps on top of him. So it's going to be a little bit scary since Keeper has extremely low armor, low HP.
Yeah, and the trade-off for that is, you're going to get more wolves, you're going to get some illuminate damage come out as well, so we'll see if it's worth it. I mean, just stealing that big creep is definitely feeling pretty good from a post there as he takes Mr. Tomato Man down with the illuminate. Nice timing on that one. RTW can all but stew over here as he makes these pulls happen.
Yeah, look at Zayak. This man just ran all the way across the map to try to get to a point where he can actually farm, but then Roger just following him around with that Shadow Walk. He doesn't even get the Janata for the gold steal. He just wants to be able to pressure this Enigma and steal his experience. And look how much XP he's already stolen. He's got 150 on the Bounty Hunter, which you pretty much picked up from the Enigma. Oh, there it is.
Down in the bottom lane, they will find that kill. That combination coming in with the level 2 there. I mean, that was always going to be a huge threat. And again, Pushka doesn't have the blinding light, has no way to get them off. And so when he gets caught out like that, it's just a really simple kill for Virtus Pro. And, you know, I mean, I think the evidence was kind of suggesting that we should have maybe seen a point in blinding light, but we'll see what use they can make out of this illuminate instead.
Yeah, and now that the Keeper has died once, it's going to be really scary.
So much damage onto Nixit.
Oh yeah, for sure. And the wolves are going to make the Stroke of Fate do more damage as well.
Yeah, they're going to go. Nix, he's going to be the target, and he's just going to straight up die here. There's nothing they can do about this, but ILTW also getting low, has the Blink Strike himself to the range crew, which might have just bought him the space he needs to survive this one. Meanwhile, over towards the middle, we got a lot of stuff going on right now. In the mid lane, Kasai, he's okay, he's still got an orb available. Bounty Hunter sitting on top of Zayat, as per usual. Yeah, as you say, everyone's just brawling, just 1v1 across the map, except in this bottom lane where we've had a bit more brawl going down. And LTW, but Pushka nothing about this.
Yeah, and if you can see like, the blast coming off from solo to LTW, it's as if like they didn't even use that much resources to get these kills. So it's going to be very annoying for Hellraiser to TP back on lane. They're going to be afraid to die once again with the TP on cooldown. That could be completely disastrous. And Lycan is normally pretty good at kind of pressure situation, but fighting against this Maxwell Ricky combo, it's very, very difficult.
Yeah, it's going to be much Lycan can do in that situation, but he's just trying to do what he can. He's dead. He can still last hit with the wolves, so that's something. Continues to follow Zayat around the map. Zayat's now spent denying some creeps back into the jungle. It's an interesting game for Zayat, so kind of he's got a friend in Roger again, gonna steal his bounty rune. Oh my god, Zayat.
Oh, they're gonna get funnies on Hellraisers here. That's gonna be small wins. So the problem for Roger this game is, if you look at the lanes, it's a bunch of killable lanes, right? Bottom, you have a keeper that Lycan, right? With Bounty Hunter connects the lane, you can't get any kills. Crystal back, and the top lane sends strength. So
jump onto the Enigma here, and he's just getting beaten down inside this corner. He doesn't want to break it at the same time. He's only level 2, so it's really easy for Kasani. And Roger doesn't even contribute, really. He just clicks him a few times, just watches him. He's been stalking him for about 5 minutes now, and now just watching him die. It's really brutal, but get some revenge as Kasani's courier goes down to the idol. A nice little snipe there from Zayat.
Oh, that's a lot of gold going towards his team, just better than that. Oh, and
yeah, they're going on from a Pushka here, and they will find him as if they knew the Stampede anyway, but just that extra insurance policy to make sure that this keeper really well and him down. And I mean, even though he has the point of life, but it's still bit too late. He's still just losing his life every time.
Yeah. So the one for Zayat is that because he died, the Bounty Hunter has no idea where he's gonna farm anymore. So they're gonna get a little bit of space here to be able to just sit in the jungle, kill some, and hopefully get some levels. Because being level 2 as this for Enigma is pretty unacceptable, to be honest. lane again. This just never stops it lane.
It doesn't. Nick's trying to find into LT20 here, and he actually might survive. And now the pop in. Maybe they can the rookie forwards from Kasani onto the rookie. Slowly losing his life, and nothing they can do about this one. He is just straight up going to die. So it does cost a rotation from the puck, but get the return kill. And the Lycan nice and healthy itself that by Pushka in the end. So I think it's a pretty nice plays from Hellraisers. It's got pretty well for them so far, I would say, despite the fact that it's absolutely huge in the middle lane.
If you look at the network, it's like a 50 goal difference, right? Between the
right.
kills that he's got. So it's not bad, like you said, but now the rotations are coming out. No one, he really wants to go off tower, or at least pressure up the line before he's level 6.
We'll see if they can make something happen down here, this level 7, but he's actually just straight up walking away. Yeah, ton of CS, but most of the jungle creeps, I think, so he's really behind the puck now. Once the puck gets the time in the middle lane, but going to find at least here in Inkswell, but it's a very short duration one. Doesn't seem to make a difference, so it doesn't have much of a chance of surviving the rotation from 3 heroes, although he's buying a decent amount of time here, close to the tower. He's like, should I kill myself? No, I'm just going to go down to the quills. Maybe not the most ideal play, but whatever. Meanwhile, in top lane, yeah, they're looking for a revolution, trying to get himself away from Funnick, and dodge out that rolling thunder just about.
Yeah, we really spoke much about the top, but it's a in the sense that they're both the same level. But I think a little bit, you can give the little edge to Revolution here. And as he finishes, he's going to be an absolute monster top lane. He won't be taking much damage from the magic, and then he can just go jungle clearing out. It's a little low right now. They really want him before he completes his sling style if possible.
But still might be fighting her as I hear. Nice stop. And maybe looking for the turnaround. Fun's getting oh my goodness. And Kasani actually has to drop the coil for it. This sensor with retaliation packs are just too dangerous to let live. But I mean, yeah, that's totally worth it for him. He doesn't mind at all if the guy is getting a kill onto Funnick. That's
Strange to say.
That was huge. He's almost level 9 now after getting that solo kill onto Pangolier. I think Puck was just a little bit too greedy, not using that coil for the stun so the Pangol can get out. And I think that was completely worth it for Resolution, and he's feeling really good about that. I wonder where he's going to go now that the Bristleback has TP to the top lane. He really wants to keep on farming, get that Bracer, base boots up, just tank up in this kind of game so he's able to be that front line that his team needs him to be.
Yeah, he's got good farm, but doesn't need to be just a little bit further ahead at this stage. But he's not really too worried about how his game's going right now, but probably should be worried about his tower, as Nick and Kasani just getting the smackdown on this mid, and they will be able to bring down this tower seemingly for free. I mean, they just rotate it and straight up take it.
This was no one's mistake here. He TP'd to the top lane, he left this mid tower completely unattended. The Lycan just rotating mid as soon as he sees that and just takes that free tower. And no one realizing his mistake. He's actually running back. But at the end of the day, he's only back with a 0. So he doesn't even have that goo yet. I think it's really, really bad for BP because they lost the mid tower. The map control is going to be much greater for Hellraisers. They can walk into the jungle freely as they want. This Puck pushing out the mid lane is going to send it to the tier 2 tower now. And I'm pretty sure Hellraisers are extremely happy with it. And the Lycan, he has a Necro 2 already. He's going to have like a 12-minute Necro 3 in this game.
That's pretty quick. I'm starting to get worried for Virtus Pro, I think we're kind of shifting, and this will maybe not the brick wall we're expecting to be, but maybe Resolution can pick up that clan here, as he's actually had a pretty nice time playing. Not the hugest net worth, but definitely a bit of an advantage over Funnick, and a nice amount of X on him as well. So maybe Resolution can put a bit of threat, but I feel like Hellraiser's hit this and looking for here. He's going to get a blink around the same time. There's a very clear timing for Hellraisers to just start going and bring the fight to Virtus Pro. And there's going to be a huge wave of pressure coming out from Hellraisers with Virtus Pro.
For sure, and these the tower damage from Hellraisers. Oh wow, the Power Ranger TPs. Oh my god. Faded.
that's a rolling thing, I suppose, but damage put to waste. But at the same time, Virtus Pro will hold this tower pretty easily. Not much counter pressure coming out across the map. Who's that really favor?
I think Hellraisers are happy with that because now Virtus Pro, they can't really react somewhere on the map. If this Lycan were to actually just walk bottom and start like pushing that, I'm not sure if VP can get there in time to defend that tower, but instead he decides to walk top because he thinks VP is going to walk towards the mid lane and back to the bottom lane because they beat a bit of some mind games going on here from both sides. But generally, if you use 4 TPs like that, you're probably in a very losing situation unless you make it really count.
Yeah, get yourself a couple of kills, make something happen. The efficiency of the map is a big difference. But they might have found Roger here as they drop the Inkswell on the Zayas along with the Silence out onto the Bounty Hunter. And Roger, he doesn't really have much of a way out of this one, so he's just going to get a bit of damage out on Solo, steal a little bit of gold before he goes down. What do you think about Roger's gameplay this game, though? Like, he's spent 90% of his game getting information, being annoying. Oh, hold on. Hey, I've actually found the coil. The Bristleback's still trying to fight up into these heroes, but actually they broke coil the last second, and now their Stampede's being not enough to keep no one alive. He's going to go down all the same, and that is 30 seconds on the bench for him. And this will now open up this tier 1 top tower for the Hellraisers.
Was able to help no one there because they used their TPs earlier to the top lane, then they had to move away to push out the lanes, so it was still on cooldown. So he left all by himself there. And picking up Roger, he just got level 6, minute 13 here, and they're starting to go on solo already.
Yeah, so they're going to turn around with a Soulbind though. That's threatening forwards here. Does have that black hole, but kind of tricky to get it off right now. Resolution trying to come in and set him up for it, but just not going to happen in the end. Virtus Pro unable to make it work. And back we go to the jungle. So I'm still looking for that mech. It's a pretty slow timing, but I guess he's got the arcanes to start things off, so not that bad. Yeah, doesn't seem that bothered by the bounty this game.
Yeah, he's spent a lot of the last 7 minutes just AFK farming somewhere. He hasn't even tried to pressure any lanes or anything like that. He just wants to get his XP up. I feel that Hellraisers are in a good position, but unless they win a significant team fight on BP's side of the map and be able to take out a tier 2 tower or maybe get a Roshan, I think BP are playing at a very fast pace. Late game, right? We got the Ricky, the center, their team fight is just far superior when it comes to the late game. So let's just wait and see for these upcoming fights, especially between now till 18 minutes. And if Hellraisers can really do something with this Necro 3 Dominator that the Lycan is about to pick up any second now, I think that's going to give them the tempo.
Yeah, being a little bit more patient than we expected, but patience nonetheless. Meanwhile, Kasani, he's going for the Desolator on the pucks, so still wants to go for that 15 phase shift attack talent and find himself that right-click build in the end.
Yeah,
I like it.
I do too. I think he needs to be that carry in this game. The best way to deal with Enigma, actually, if you don't have a way to cancel that black hole properly, you can just have so much physical damage on some heroes that he just dies while he casts black. We've seen that many times before with Dusa lineups, Troll lineups, or Sniper lineups where they just kill the enemy, or Gyrocopters, these kind of heroes. Puck can be that hero, right? With his phase shift attack, and then he's got that rapid fire late game. So it's gonna be a bit interesting to see this Puck build in this game. And see what
he loves stuff like this, right? I've watched Kasani for a long time. This guy, he's a crazy mid player. He does stuff like he did Doom Echo Saber Ags for a long time, which was very fun. He used to stomp people with that. We saw him the other day where he was playing the Elder Titan mid. That didn't work out so well for them, but he's always willing to just change up and do whatever they need, even unexpected. But there's a fight breaking out in the bottom lane. So they go into the backlines here. Beautiful core coming out onto the Enigma and onto Solo, and they are immediately get taken down. Now the Ignis Sparta's coming out, controlling up Resolution. No chance of him getting off any spells here. Just a straight up assassination in the bottom lane for Hellraisers. They take down 3 in a matter of instants, and there is not much Virtus Pro. No one's still sitting around here. I'm not sure what he's doing with his name. He does have a Crimson Guard, and what's that really going to do for him? Well, he's actually pretty tanky. Okay. And Kasani actually almost says so to a Welty Duck as well, so that's going on. So he's causing a little distraction here. Meanwhile, they are going to try and get the return kick onto the Ricky. Cute little shuriken block with a black hole coming down onto the Bounty Hunter. They'll take anything they can get right now, but Virtus Pro will bring down that bounty. That's also the tracks gone for the time being as well, so that should put the brakes onto Hellraisers a little bit. Gotta say, that was really nice from Virtus Pro. The recovery from that team fight, just dangling no one. He knows with this Crimson Guard how tanky he is. I mean, I don't even think he popped it in that engagement. He was just like, yeah, I'm fine. Now they're not done. Yeah, Pangolier is going to be the next target. He's going to get brought down as well. A TP in from a Pushka, questionable at best as they keep on chasing. He's under the tier 2, does have that armor and health regen. Is it really going to help him out versus this Bristleback though? This Hedgehog, he is angry and he is looking to beat down the Pushka. Pushka? Oh, that was nearly very nice. I mean, it might not result in anything though, unfortunately, because Bristleback, even though he is coiled up under a tier 2 tower, he is still just so damn tanky. I mean, he's thick. They cannot do anything about him.
This is a CIS Dota I know. You know, you lose a fight, you just run back down the mid lane and just start hunting people because you know the enemy spells are on cooldown. You don't stop and be like, oh, we just lost a fight, we should farm up, wait for it. Nah, just run at them, right? And that's exactly what they're doing, and all of a sudden they just built an advantage over Hellraisers after getting completed in the bottom lane. Now, BP lineup is better team fighting as the game progressed, but at this stage, Hellraisers, as long as they're together as 5, I do think they can take on BP. But this Bristleback, he's another beast. This Crimson Guard against this Necrobooks, like, it's impossible to kill him at the moment.
Yeah, it really is a brick wall, isn't it? Virtus Pro have got their hats on, they have put down the mortar, they've put down the bricks, and now looking onto the Bounty Hunter in the middle lane. Can they bring down Roger in time? The Spider's going to buy him a little bit of time. He should maybe get away, but Bristleback's still on top of him. They're looking for the kill zone. Going on to solo, can they bring him down? In comes a Rolling Thunder. The ultimate from the Grimstroke's going to connect, and now they'll jump in for the coil onto 3. Nicely done from the puck, cutting them off on the high ground here. They're just turning it around, but they will be able to kill off ILTW. The Ricky is Centaur's heading the same way as well. The team fight once again going in Hellraiser's favor. They're just ignoring the Bristleback here, not poking the little guy, and just focusing on the side heroes. But now those are all dead. Maybe they turn around and try and bring down the Bristle, but there's a lot of quills building up here. But surely they get this kill. But they got to keep their distance. I mean, got to respect the Bristle here. He's just wandering around in circles, so there's not much he can do. No one will end up going down eventually. They will kill this tanky little Hedgehog and get started running down this middle lane and getting some pressure onto the tower. But I mean, it's not that great for Hell. I mean, well, it's pretty good for Hellraisers, but in terms of what they can get for it, Roche, this could be good.
Yeah, well, again, now because VP ran at them, now it's Hellraiser's turn to run at them, and I could only imagine that once VP's alive, they're gonna be running at Hellraisers next down the mid lane. Once there it is, the Centaur TP mid. Already group. They got.
Oh my god.
Ready yet? Not yet. It's on the way, I believe. So as soon as they get that, they might be in once again with that blink dagger. They're just waiting for the Bristleback to be alive as well. So again, like we said, DP, as long as all their heroes are dead, this Bristleback is isolated, Hellraisers can't kill them.
Yeah, He does die for a bit of warding here, which doesn't work out for him. Not that great. No, not when you've got a bounty on the enemy team. Like normally it's like, oh well, you know, die for some vision, can accept it. But when there's a bounty, you can't really be giving away track kills. Still, right. They now know where they are, so let's probably know how to play.
Not good because they wanted to group up and try to make a play onto Hellraisers.
You're right.
So this Bristleback, this Grimstroke being dead while the Bristleback was just reviving, it's like kind of ruining their tempo. You see the smoke in the Grimstroke's item, like in his inventory. They really want to make a play right now. So because this game has slowed down after that Grimstroke just died, got all their spells back, they got the call out, they got the lycan out, everything is ready. Now this next fight could be anyone's. So BP kind of feeling a bit lost at this point as to what their next move is on the map, since both teams have everything that they need to be able to take an engagement.
Yeah, they just got. I mean, luckily his death cooldown's very soon, quick, so he's back already. But I'm wondering, I don't know, I mean, Puck's finished the Deso. They are still really scary, and they've got their cooldowns all finished up now from Hurries, as you say. Like the jump from Virtus Pro, it does seem like it would be a bit of a play.
Yeah, so they got the Enigma with the Guardian Greaves now, and the Bristleback finished his Halberd, so a lot of their gold has been
Pushka.
Wow.
Yeah, ILTW just using that diffusal, killing very quickly.
So this is their opening for BP here, right? They got the Kato killed off, and it's going to be 4v5 like most of the engagements. So Hellraisers are already thinking about fleeing from the position that they're in to wait for this Keeper to be alive so they can group up again. And that's why BP are on the hunt with this smoke. Unfortunately, all the heroes have started to hide on Hellraisers, and there will not be any pickoffs. Oh, Roger, though.
He's getting dumped in the river here. Can they actually interrupt this TP? They cannot, so he's going to make his way back to base. The Bounty Hunter will survive for the time being. Meanwhile, Kasani, he's just getting a bit of a split push going with his catapult up here in the top lane. He's having some fun.
This is really looking like go time, though, for BP. Because they're not really waiting for any other big items at the moment. The only person who wants to be farming is the Ricky. And the rest of BP feel like they want to fight. So you can see them positioned very aggressively in Radiant Jungle, on the high ground, under their sentries, just in case the Bounty Hunter does walk up in there. Oh, Roger again getting caught out.
Yeah, on the back lines, he's either making space or just having troubles here, but they're going to put the shapeshift on Nyx. They might actually want to go for this one as well. It's going to be a full 5-on-5 with a bunch of tracks down as well. They know exactly where they are. Zayat's just going to turn around with the black hole out onto the like and cancelled out by the coil. And now with the creep army taking down Zayat, they will bring down the Enigma. Meanwhile, in they go, getting forward onto Bristle here, but they don't really care about him. They'll just turn around and murder Resolute, but instead now they look towards Bristleback. They look towards the tanky hero, but like and disarm, they're actually struggling to really get the damage out onto him. But a TP out from Nyx, maybe? No, actually cancelling in the end, but it doesn't really matter. They've taken down no one anyway eventually. The damage does come in, just kind of rotating in heroes, taking it in shifts to deal damage to the Bristle so those quill stacks don't get too high. And Roger, oh my god, just destroyed solo. And now RTW is also going to be the extra one dying here as he jumps in mistakenly. And then it's going to be 5 heroes dead from the side of Virtus Pro. Hellraisers punching their aggression and then some, and now they march into Roshan. This is why their previous have not looked that good, so unable to tend to objectives. This time, straight into Roshan. They're getting the big boy down. That's in Aegis. They're getting something which is going to commit to their long-term advantage. This is good for them.
Oh, this is so big. Look at this light. He's godlike streak. He already had an EC by minute 22. And they just don't have the fighting capabilities at the moment for Virtus Pro. Like, the Ricky wasn't there at the start of the fight to be able to jump the backline and stop some spells from being casted, maybe even a coil that cancels that black hole. Where it feels like Hellraisers, they're just always prepared together. The only person split pushing is this Puck, who can just be in the fight within seconds. Because he's got the orb, he's got the blink. It's super easy to connect with this team. AP don't have that ability to be able to split push and connect with the team. They just got to be together, and it's just not happening at the moment.
No, they are getting somewhat outplayed in these fights right now. Everyone going the way of Hellraisers. Oh my god, jumping in for that one. But yeah, top lane push coming through as well. But it looks like it's going to be Pungaleo. The stuff comes out from a post graphically, getting funding down to the low ground, keeping it safe. But no, he's still being pretty aggressive, just chasing at these Hellraisers heroes. There's nothing they can do about this. But they've taken the top tower in the meantime. Still pretty good. It's just a bit of time waste on the side of Virtus Pro more than anything.
Exactly, they're just buying time for their cooldowns to be up again, split push them a little bit, split up Virtus Pro, and then once they realize that there's some hero by himself or 2 heroes, the Puck will just go in with the coil, and here it is, Funny. Wait, is that the target one?
Being used on the Bristle here. Yeah. They're going for it. Tri comes down there on top of the Bristle back right now. He's just for a little bit of a jog right now. They pop the Stampede as well. The rest of the team getting over. Bro, they're not actually connected to this one. Resolution they're just blocked away immediately. So no commitment from Virtus Pro. They're just going to let the Bristle fall.
Oh, Solo was top lane. He really want to come to the team fight, and I guess the Ricky feel too comfortable as well. That was very interesting. They just sort of abandoned their Bristle back there, so it's definitely the right play from Hellraisers.
Now, again, it's not like middle lane, they might have found themselves a Puck. They will bring down that Aegis and Phonic along with it. There is no response from Hellraisers this time around. They don't have their shapeshift. They don't really want to play, but a nice blink away from Puck will keep him nice and safe. So Kasani lives. They lose the Aegis and they get a kick to the Bristle. So a nice little punch back from Virtus Pro. It kind of feels like a boxing match where no one's really defending. Because every time someone goes for a play, they seem to be making it happen in this game. It's just constant punching, constant brawling, losses all over the place. But yeah, I mean, Hellraiser's definitely commanding this game right now with an 8k gold advantage at the 25-minute mark.
That was actually such a classic, like, oh, the enemy bristles dead, let's be super aggressive, and then they get a little bit out of position, and BP have the balls to just jump them. Get 4 heroes alive. So getting rid of the puck there, and also it's huge because now they don't have the Aegis anymore. Every team fight is essentially equal, and they just bought themselves another minute or a minute and a half to just farm up and get this bristle, get this Ricky to his BKB, maybe the Enigma also closer to his BKB, get that big team fighting potential that BP can acquire.
Yeah, I mean, that's what they're looking for. They want to take these fights. They want to get on top of them and take them down. And Enigma, I mean, he's still just going straight in for the BKB, so still don't feel like Blink is going to be necessary in this game. And to be fair, you know, there's a lot of counters. They've got Coil, they've got a Shuriken, which is really annoying to play against because you can cast that from a huge range with Track. Just cast it on the Enigma and throw it at someone else, and the 1,100 bounce range comes up.
Yeah, I think his plan is like just black hole the Lycan or the Pangolier when he is rolling in, because you know those guys will be able to cancel the black hole, right? So as long as he holds them down for like 4 seconds, it's gonna be good. And you don't really need a dagger because you're not the one initiating for the black. They're the ones who need to run into you with the Pangolier rolling or the Lycan ultimate.
So still, Hellraiser's gathering once again, smoking once again, have the advantage, and they want Bud Pro to feel this right now. What are they looking for with this?
They can't really like go for the push straight up because then it's just a 5v5. They want that advantage of you know, getting one kill first and then making the fights be outnumbered. So they're just trying to smoke, get his bounty hunter to scout someone out. The puck can easily follow up to him if need be. Right now it's a little bit far away, but at least you got your Pangolier who's got a blink dagger. So player can definitely catch up to the bounty hunter and help catch anybody. But you know, repeat when they're playing, they completely read our situation where our arms now just pushing very effectively, themselves a lot of time to farm here.
Yeah, they're all looking now. It feels like Hellraisers have been wandering on the map, not getting a whole lot done. A fast few minutes here, so Virtus Pro are definitely playing them out well. At one point, I hope drop it and just say, hey, you know what? We're coming in for this one. We're going to take some towers, and we don't really care about our side lane. So it's actually never going to happen. We're waiting for Roche for that. Guess. Yeah.
I mean, both these teams are very patient at the moment, right? Roshan is everything. We've seen high caliber games with these. Roshan is just what it comes down to, and none of these teams are willing to take 5-on-5 engagements where it's just 50. It's pretty much a 50-50. It doesn't matter how much gold advantage you think you may have, unless you get a pick off. So, Chaos and Roshan, that's the name of the game at the moment.
Yeah. Might be Zayat in some trouble right now. Roger getting on top of him. Funnick arriving to this one as well. Pushka also getting involved, and Zayat's probably losing his life pretty quickly here. There's no way. Not even a Stampede being used to help out the poor Enigma. He's going to get run down in the bottom lane.
Yeah, that's the opening for them to keep on hunting, looking for more right now. There's this puck really wants to coil someone. Oh, the Ricky top. They're all keeping it, right?
They are indeed, yeah. Not sure if they're actually going to be able to find it right now. He is hunting, but they don't have anybody for the time being. And even considering putting the Rolling Thunder to solo and then thinking better off it in the end.
Yeah, they just want to protect this outpost and get all the bounty runes if possible. But the bottom bounties are going to be a little bit exposed. Hellraisers are only going to be able to get the 2 outposts and the 2 bounties. Resolution. Ooh, no. Close enough to be able to reach and take a fight there on the Centaur.
Yeah, they could have baited themselves in something really bad with Pushka, the only one in distance really. Maybe get over with a shapeshift, but it's not really that worth it. What do you think about this though? He's gone for Orchid, going into a Bloodthorn. It seems really not in this hero, to be honest.
He's dying top right now.
Oh, might be, and he definitely is. He's completely beaten down inside the trees. The track he'll go on the way. This time go with Fennec.
Yeah, so the Lycan with the Orchid, I like it because it's going to be annoying for the Riki and the Enigma, right, before the BKBs. And if BKBs are down, he's going to have another disabled horde too. I think it's especially for the Riki so that he can just send his Centaur, the Dominated Centaur in, Riki, he can't jump out, stun him, and he'll just fall from that. So I like it. I really do. He just wants the attack speed and the blood to be able to help his entire team do more damage.
But yeah, I mean, the Bloodthorn's going to make him like an absolute crook as well with the crits coming out from his units. But it's just going to start now. They're going on to the pull back here. Bloodthorn is out onto him. They're not actually coming that hard. It's coming on down, but Lotus Pro is still fine with this one as they're starting to chase down the Coddle. Might just get him, although they're actually struggling to finish the job here. No one's back to seat for them. Pushka right now, well, just find him. Meanwhile, they're going to go onto the Bristleback. We should get their return kill. Entirely sure this weather, although no one's still alive for the time being. But Zaya threatening that black hole. They can't actually come. They've actually got the puck inside of it. No BKB available for the puck. He's caught inside that stun lock, and he's going to get down. Now they look over towards the Bounty Hunter. Bounty Hunter forced solo, popped off by the Inkswell. Virtus play it well. It looked like they were diving way too deep with that Bristleback, but they managed to keep him alive just by the skin of his teeth, and then turn the fight in their favor. Beautiful Pro, and now they look to turn it into a tower.
Yeah, he's got that AC. He's feeling really strong right now. He's got plenty of armor, physical damage reduction, evasion. So the Lycan is not doing so much against him anymore. And I guess also the evasion, like the Bloodthorn, is going to be quite nice against them too, right?
Yeah, it is.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, I realize but on pick up on the Lycan actually. It's very good. Well, this fight, but actually he did use it on the Bristle, and no one attacked him. Like the Bristle managed to get himself far enough away that he only took a couple of hits. Did still drop pretty low, but in the end they just wasted way too much on this Bristle. He kept himself alive throughout the entire fight, and when that happened, you use all your big spells onto a hero which doesn't die, then fights never go your way. It's a fundamental rule of Dota. Yeah.
If we forget it. This is what Hellraisers have been waiting for.
People behind it on Hellraisers is the thing. They've got the outpost. They can maybe prop for something, but they're just not really nearly quick enough to deal with it. And now Rush goes down. Aegis and Cheese being picked up, and now they're looking for the outro on to Roger here. But Finec, you got to go bowling and gets himself a split as he only managed to find 2 heroes. But Roger probably using his life in this situation, but they're trying to make some kind of play here. I'm not too sure about this. Meanwhile, Boomstroke ulti comes. Bounty Hunter still able to walk himself out. The PP actually don't get anything from this. Now they're forward onto the Riki. Riki does have that cheat. Might default use it pretty early here. Yep, we'll pop it down. Meanwhile, no one taken to the front lines with his Aegis. No, really doesn't care. He was really a huge threat of dying to this, and now he feels completely invincible. That's probably because he is. He's going to keep on running at the Hellraisers. Hellraisers, they're managing to get themselves out pretty well. Pushka would be so lucky as he tries to go for the TP. Doesn't pay off, but Nick's going to make his way back to the high ground. They can't quite Nick's. Can't put him back into the mix. He's going to get himself out. Hey, though. No one's still chasing. He's still not done. Nick's is just like, wait, is this guy still real? Like, he was on me. A beautiful 4-star comes out, and now the Rolling Thunder coming out from fighting as well. It's enough to keep the Lycan alive, though it's not. They get the kill. Zyax finds it, and diving so deep in for this one. Surely they can punish, but there's no buyback on the Lycan. Can they really do this? Now comes a call from the pipe, but they continue to jump forwards here. A 4-star away from Pangolier. Does keep out of danger. Meanwhile, the pipe jumping, trying to find Solo, doesn't quite have the damage there. Crimson Guard helping out a lot. Meanwhile, one, he's put this in the fountain for a little bit. I'm too sure on this one, but I mean, he's just a little cool machine in here. But I don't know, Noah. You don't have a team right now. They're all gone. But me?
They sort of just park themselves in the enemy base, and all the creep waves are like in the middle of the map somewhere, so they can't even get any objectives from this. Like, I'll help you, buddy. I got a Lotus Orb. Just follow me.
What does he do? I mean, in fairness, he didn't die, but as you say, they didn't really get anything done for this. Yeah, lost his Aegis.
I think this is them asserting their dominance in this game. Like, letting them know, hey guys, they're starting to really.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
The heroes on Virtus Pro are hitting their strides. They got the Black King bars ready, and Nigma's got Blink soon. This Bristleback is essentially unkillable. Got a Basher about to complete Abyssal in another 1,000 gold. So it's looking a big grim here for Hellraisers. Although the gold lead is only like 1,000, where you gotta account for the big team fight spells that VP have and the unkillable hordes as well. There's no percentage-based damage coming out from Hellraisers that can, bring down this Bristle and the Centaur efficiently.
Yeah, exactly. It's too hard.
Right,
They will have the items on the puck soon, which is going to help a lot against this black hole because he's got the BKB, he's got the blink down coming out to him in just a second as well. So Zayats is going to be a bit of a monster, but you've now found yourself a cancel in the so that's already dealt with. That said, if the puck's in the black hole, obviously you're going to have issues anyways.
Yep. So I mean, it's kind of awkward for VP now that they lost the Aegis, but I don't think no one really cares. He's like, IDC, bro. IDC. He's just still playing extremely upfront and aggressively. Oh, Roger. Are they gonna hunt him down here? Shut on the courier. That's a Abyssal Blade. That was huge.
Yeah, that's a huge delay actually on the side of Virtus Pro, and they're going to be without that for even 3.5 minutes from now. So he's angry about that one, but probably not going to stop him just running into the faces of Hellraisers anyway, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I mean, the Abyssal would have locked down the Lycan, who's running around Puck. So unfortunate they won't have that. That's like what, more than 3,000 gold, right? That he's missing essentially. Big item.
Yeah, huge deficit. And taking that gold lead for Virtus Pro, basically nothing right now. Very, as you say, it's still very much in control of Virtus Pro right now as we reach this late game situation. But we are going to see some timings coming out from Hellraisers soon. We're going to see this puck with the 25 talent at some stage. Still way off at only 22 right now, but when you get to that Dreamcore Rapid Fire, going to hurt a hell of a lot with the Deso. And now some tier 4 items starting to drop as well. Grab a Timeless Relic on the side of Virtus Pro. I'm wondering if you give that to the Bristle. He's got a Paladin Sword though. I don't know, probably.
He's good with the Paladin Sword. I think. I think the Centaur having this relic is gonna be nice. Slow's gonna last longer. Stun's gonna last longer. It's a very nice item for Centaur. He actually does significant damage.
That's really good. The leveler on the Lycan with the blood already completed. Like this guy's gonna blend towers. Let's watch him. He's heading up to the high ground right now. Popping the shapeshift just to get in and do a bit of damage. Jesus Christ, that tower is getting beaten down. Solo might be the next target, but actually it's a bit of a bait here. Resolution jumps in from behind him here. This could be him caught out. Meanwhile, Zayat's gonna dive back in the base, and Nick's trying to get himself away here, but will not be able to do so as ILTW wraps around on top of him. So it's gonna be an enigma for a Lycan. Maybe not the best trade in the world here.
I mean, he got super debated by the leveler. He's like, yo, I'm gonna take this tower. And then he just died. Dude, you just see how long that Lycan was stunned for? The Ink Swell into the Hoof Stomp with the Timeless Relic. My goodness.
Yeah, he didn't get to move very much, unfortunately.
Yeah. And Ricky coming in for that clean hit. The Ricky also going for an Abyssal Blade now. Abyssal, BKB, Abyssal. It's not a super farmed Ricky, but I mean, it's doing the job, right? That's what matters. Like, look at no one. He's the real carry in this game. His North is absolutely insane compared to Ricky.
Yeah, he's absolutely huge. AC, Crimson Guard, Heaven's Halberd, Abyssal on his deceased courier right now. Bristleback
has been dead for like 4 minutes. Such a really bad map.
Yeah.
So high level
timings.
Yeah. Oh, another courier. That's solos. That's his words. Ooh. These are.
Another thing to mention, by the way, is that no one has a 25 talent as well, which gives him plus 24 Warpath damage per stack. Yep. It's pretty important when you're this late in the game. You got an AC. The right-clicking Bristle helps him push really nicely, and just turns him into just a bit more of a carry.
Yeah.
We want bounty, looking for a bounty. We'll find it, but unfortunately now getting dusted up by Resolution, and gonna pay for his bounty with his life. Although forced up to the high ground, trying to get the TP out, but there's too much damage onto him for him to get himself out. So Roger's gonna lose his life regardless.
Yeah. Roger was trying to finish a BKB. He almost had it too, but he decided not to buy it because he needs buyback money in case something actually happens. Oh, top, bottom. Oh,
Yeah, one coil, interestingly, onto the. I mean, they might actually find a return kill here. They're looking for fun. Confronted with a Malik, struggling to get the rolling thunder. They're just going to black hole him. Fair enough. But Ricky getting snuffed up. But he doesn't seem to make a difference. Although Funnex still run here, going for the TP away. Ricky trying to take, but won't be able to do so. They get himself out. That's a black hole wasted for absolutely nothing.
Well, I'm gonna blame LTW on that one. He decided not to put his BKB to kill that Pangolier, so...
Run. Having some issues here as he's got Hobie on top of him. M-Stroke's wife locking him down with the silence, but no one's really that interested in trying to chase Kasani anymore. This guy, he's a little bit too looted for them to really bring down here, so Kasani's going to be absolutely fun, absolutely peachy.
Yeah. Feels bad for Rima. This Black Hole's gonna be on cooldown for a little while now. I think if they do commit the BKB Ricky and just kill off the Pangolier, like it'll feel so much better. They can just probably even walk down the mid lane and force a buyback out with tier tower, but instead they're just gonna have to chill, wait for the next Black Hole again, and hopefully try to get a pick off. Like this pocket Lycan are being extremely annoying in this game, split pushing. You can't just split this Lycan to your tower, right? Keep killing extremely quickly. So.
Well, Kasani having got the BKB in the bottom lane to get away from the Centaur and the Ricky, and also popping the coil as well. So really getting hard to get himself away from this fight. But I guess he does have the quickening charms, so those cooldowns not really that worth it. But still, 9-second BKB gone. Doesn't feel great, but he lives. That's the important thing. I mean, this game is just slowed down immensely. No one's really doing anything. We're just waiting for Rich.
Again, it's the Aegis. Exactly. And this is where BP are like, no one. Why did you have to just AFK in front of their fountain for such a long time? We really want to have that Aegis. We put some pressure onto the tier 3 towers already by now. Oh, here it comes.
They're trying to. Roger and Funny can't be the targets, but a nice rolling thunder from they're gonna smash through 3. The Moonlord comes rolling on through. Roger though might not be so lucky. Popping this BKB as he tries to escape one and going invisible as well, but they have another dust of crowd onto him. The Magic Lamp gonna help him out a little bit, getting that purge off, but he's still in trouble as they continue to chase him down here. There's a gem from the rookie. Very little chance of Roger being able to escape this one. They will keep on chasing a staff away, but he is gone. I mean, all towards the middle lane. I'm just playing around with no one still, but he's absolutely fine as well. So yeah, I mean, that's just a straight up death on the bounty. It's a little something, but still the counter pushing, coming in from the side of the races, meaning not that much change on the map. Game just continues.
Yeah, just top lane, solo.
A bit of battle of the fives right now because he's the bait. So I don't want to be involved in that one.
Nice for staff out not getting stand up by the ink swell there. That was a sure death if he got disabled. And yeah, just casually checking the. That's pretty much everything that they're waiting for in this game. At this point, Zayak going for an A on this, doesn't want to get killed off. Lycan still wants to die to the puck while he's casting Black Hole, so that's going to be nice for him. What did no one get? Oh, Heart of Taras. That's a fun item. Yeah, 68 gold earlier, so thank you for
currently sitting on 5,100 HP, with of course 607 HP regen with that heart affecting him. Pretty good stuff. He's got a physical resist of 70%, and he's got, that is 33 armor as well. So no one, he's die very easily to say the least. And they've actually jumped out of the Roche kill illusion. This is going to give everything up for them, but in comes Nyx to the bottom lane. Now, they've just got that talent which summons 2 extra wolves, so they'll really be pushing hard on this bottom tower. Meanwhile, Park trying to do the same thing at mid, but Zayas is waiting to clear you up as well. But they're just going to take Roche. I think it's interesting. And they've got a shot at this one as well. I'm not too sure about this from Hellraisers. Could they have taken that fight?
No, there's no chance. This Bristol Centaur, and also you're fighting to Blink, BKB, and Enigma. Like, you have to play for the push. You have to play for the pickoffs. If BP are balled up somewhere together as 5, there's no chance you're gonna win that fight. So it's better for them to split it, try to catch someone on BP off guard, maybe make the fights 4 versus 5, and then try to run that BP and then pick them off one by one. This Bristleback is essentially unkillable, and at the same time he's got an Abyssal Blade, so you're not running away from him either. He's gonna build up like 400, 300, Warpath Bristleback or whatever, and then just abyssal you and just kill you so quickly.
Yeah, and Puck, the man with a plan. I think his build this game basically screams, I want to murder support. So he's got this Silver Edge. I honestly don't think this is like that important. Maybe at the end of the fight you can use it to isolate on the Bristle, but even if you Silver Edge this Bristle, like he's still just ludicrously tanky. You're not going to be able to bring him down quickly enough. So I don't know, maybe with the Bristle and the Bloodthorn and then everybody just wailing on him, but how likely is that to happen? Very unlikely, because they're going straight away onto Nyx here. They drop the black hole, and he's gonna go down. Nyx is dead. They'll find the kill. 3 heroes coming in for that one, and Pro will get trade. Meanwhile, though, on the other side of the map, no one's up on the high ground. He's looking towards Funnick here, just smacking away at this tower. He's got 2 catapults with him as well. Funnick trying to control up no one here, but he's not going to hold up. Here comes the buyback. They're buying back on Nyx. They're going to try and go for this one now. The stars comes out along with the Silver Edge. Is it enough to bring down the Bristol? So he's still tanking through all of it right now. They can't actually do the... No one's going to be able to throw them up. They're not done, though. Might be this a bit too hot, though. Throw down the Ignis Fire. They're going to go set. Solo's going to die, but Puck, he's losing his life. Before stuff, whether we want to make it about RTW jumping on onto Funnick right now, but Funnick doesn't have that many ways to escape this one. He's still going to fall stuff, holding off. Meanwhile, Roger jumping on the sidelines here, but Zayat comes forward, lands the black hole onto the bounty hunter, controls him up. The rest of the team take down Funnick. Funnick has the buyback to try and come back into this one. Meanwhile, Resolution, though, he's on the high ground. He's dealing with a Pushka, and Pushka will pop. Like him, he's off doing other things. Pops a shapeshift in the middle lane, running down for that tier 2 tower, but down in the mid, that's where the problems are starting for Hellraisers as they go onto this high ground through the backdoor protection, though. It is taking some time to get this tier 3 tower killed off, and now the fortification comes out. Virtus Pro are struggling. Meanwhile, Nyx is actually going to be able to take the tier 2 tower in the middle lane with this huge army of creeps just pushing through, and this is going to force Virtus Pro back. But it did cost them a lot. It cost them a bunch of buybacks for this fight. Funnick and Pushka both buying back into this one. I think, did Nyx actually buy back into this one, or did he just respawn?
Yeah, he did at the start.
Yeah, he
when
did.
They tried to go for the Bristleback.
Right, that was it, yeah.
Yeah.
They also find the dieback on Funnick, though. Uh-oh. This is costly.
Yep. So that was a 5,000 health. The back who was isolated bottom, like only with Solo, I guess, like to back him up, and they couldn't kill it. Right? They had 5 heroes on it. They threw everything, and they still couldn't kill him. So I can't imagine Hellraisers being able to take any fights against this Bristleback whatsoever if in that situation they were not able to bring him down.
Pushka shows himself in the bottom lane, tried to push it out, but immediately realized he took a step too far and just runs himself away, and he is gone. This spell prism on the Enigma, by the way, doing so much work to reduce the cooldown of Black Hole. Black Hole now, 112-second cooldown. Love that.
So good. And he got that 12% cooldown reduction as well, so this man just spamming black holes on one hero because he doesn't care. It's going to be up again, and all you got to do is kill one hero off and just run at them with your numbers advantage.
I'm talking about people that don't care. Virtus Pro, they just don't care about the backdoor protection. They're just getting straight through it. Meanwhile, Roger trying to go on the backlines here, trying to go onto Zayat here, but unfortunately with these 2 heroes joining him, it's too hard for him to actually go for this fight. Meanwhile, on the front lines, Nyx running around with his BKB. They're trying to bring down this Bristleback, but he's just too tanky. They can't do this. They keep on trying. With the Bristle, he's just too much, and it looks like the Lycan might be getting popped down again down here. The Ignis Fire is doing absolutely nothing to keep that Lycan alive, and now it's the Lycan's turn to be dead without buyback. This is looking like it is starting to go wrong for Hellraisers. Well, it started a long time ago, but now it's finishing this game. That's exactly what Virtus Pro are doing right now. They jump on top of Pushka, and Pushka tries to force stuff away. That's not going to happen, though. No one. He's happy just to sit in the fountain. Look at this. He literally does not care about the fountain right now. However, the Puck has actually bought the Divine Rapier. Is this going to do anything? Resolution, he's trying to have a go in the fountain, but that's not going to work out as well for him as it did for a teammate. He's just going to straight up die, and now they have a chance. They've got a Divine Rapier on the Puck. What can Kasani do with this item? That is the big question. 25 rapid fire talent. He's got a Rapier. The stars might be aligning for Hellraisers here, but I mean, it's such a big ask. It's a 5-on-3 fight. They're going to try and jump forward here, and Rose just get scared outside the bait, make it a 5-on-2. It's starting to go from unlikely to impossible, but Kasani going in deep onto the backlands here, finds one, can't do enough damage to Enigma, and now he has this Ion Disc as he unlocks it in his base. He's going to be able to survive through the Puck's engagement as well. Kasani to jump himself away. Meanwhile, Resolution, he's just getting to business. He's taking down the tier 4. Zayat will eventually go down to 5. pops out of the base to finish the job. Enigma, though, does have a buyback, and the tier 4s are gone as well. And it's one man versus the world, and unfortunately, that's a fight he's not going to win. Kassan ends the game with the rapier in his pocket, but will take the victory here in game number 1. 50 minutes in, that's all it took, Theben, but I mean, it just started to slowly unravel for Hellraisers. This
really well, just pushing around the map and the pressure they put out. And VP, like if you look at TPs, if anyone wants to actually like put up the replay and have a look, you see how VP just mass rainbow TP top lane on a Centaur getting Pango rolled, and it completely displaces their team and puts them at like this disadvantage. I think VP actually made quite a lot of like smaller errors, but it's the fact that like they are cushioned by the fact that their Bristle has pretty much a free game for his farm, so he can always just stand in front. And that is the reason for this Bristle pick. It's just to put a delay, put a timer on Hellraiser, say if you don't push enough, then eventually you have to eat the Bristle back, and it's rough. But yeah, I think this game draft really wasn't too much of a factor. It's just small things in the game that really
Also one point that we didn't touch on before the draft really starts, because these are only the bans, like that VP played their laning phase pretty well, and when you have a slight advantage and your opponent has a mid-game lineup, it kind of slows them down. So let's say that tower defense, if they had a little bit of a better laning stage, you actually do defend the tower. Those few fights in the mid, you wipe them 2 times instead of once, and maybe that actually gives you the strength to win the game. So that point in the game where it's the laning stage, VP does well, it's actually pretty big because you kind of delayed the enemy timings.
Well, speaking of big things, we've kicked off this draft, and the DP, once again not banned, will be picked up instantly this time.
I think the adaptation for Hellraiser is their ability to really convert an objective during or post-fight. Like with the Lycan, you really need to make sure that you win the fight easy enough that your Necros actually stay alive, that you can then push. These fights, they were so long drawn out because, again, the tackiness, that it's hard. So Hellraiser to go, oh wait, DP's not banned, let's go for that instead. The other point is, Weaver's not banned, but there you go. I was going to say, I think VP they're pretty much deciding, we know we're going to probably pick Centaur because they've picked it so many times. Do we go for the Weaver or do we give it to them? Because if it was available, Hellraiser would go for Weaver.
Oh, this is an insane Rubik game. This is definitely insane. You have Shikuchi, which is, you always want to have like Blink Shikuchi or something with the Rubik to be mobile. And then if you want to stun, we all know how much Hook Stomp actually does when it's on a Rubik. So from the beginning, good Rubik game. Rubik has been a really strong hero in this tournament. So I really like what Hellraisers have. On the other hand, Virtus Pro again going with their comfort. Heroes easy to execute, something they know how to play, and something that they can win. They don't need some massive plays, they just need to know at what time they do what around the map.
I also love the fact that this kind of blocks a pretty potent lane combo, right? The Centaur plus Rubik potential, if you want to go that way. But I guess you're probably not thinking that because you got your Weaver in there already.
Yeah, that's not really a thing. This is not really a block pick in any way. It literally just is a solid pick to round out your opening phase. It's, if the Centaur isn't too smart, he doesn't press Retaliate after pressing Stampede, you could steal it. But again, just press Retaliate after you hit Stampede. PSA for any Rubik players, Centaur players, sorry, just so you don't give away Stampede. So annoying actually when that happens. Whew.
Yeah, that's something that you never expect to happen, and your team is like, nah, Rubik is never getting Stampede, and you just make a slight mistake. Rubik is always gonna know that. He's always gonna try, so you know that you have to actually respond with your Retaliate. So I don't think we'll see, but if we see, it's gonna be one stolen.
Yeah, I'll go for one Stampede stolen this game.
Yeah.
Yep. We'll keep that as a stat to measure.
But maybe it'll be a critical Stampede.
Or it could be worthless. We don't know.
Oh, that's the beauty of Dota. Anything can happen. And what do you think is going to happen, open up this second phase? Virtus Pro, is there a potential for this Weaver to be a core, or do you just like it too much in the kind of 4 role at the moment?
At this stage of drafting, like all these heroes, like Weaver, DP, Void Spirit, they can pretty much go to any lane, any role. So it's, yeah, it can go anywhere. And then we get VP with the Witch Doctor. Not too bad. Again, VP, they played it yesterday, and it was pretty much like a non-existent game for them, unfortunately. But it's all about this whole laning. VP, they play so fundamentally, and this draft goes so quickly, but they play so fundamentally around the idea of 4 protect 1, and Witch Doctor plays pretty well against that, because he has the early aggression to mitigate the fact that you're missing a hero, but then you can fall flat, so you need that core to really step up. And you can see that now. They've set themselves up for a pretty strong 4-hero combo, and yeah, so Spectre over Haunts, like, it's deadly.
Yeah, this is literally 3 heroes that can fight early, constantly. There's a Necro, biggest counter to the Spectre in the game, when it comes to late game, of course. But you have 3 heroes that can constantly fight, and Spectre, even if he has a bad laning stage, which is not going to happen with the Witch Doctor, you can always haunt, because these 3 heroes can do enough damage, can run people down, can lock them down. So VP, really good start, and this is right in their comfort zone. This is something that they've been playing really well, and something that they've like fallen back to when it comes to the later stages of the group stage.
Yeah, I think if you're Hellraiser, you might want to ban out like a Storm or something, just because that reach is very strong. Sure, you have the double silence on DP Ricky, but as soon as you buy BKB, all the lockdown on Hellraiser is pretty much gone, and they've played it so many times already, the Storm plus Spectre combo. It looks greedy, but then you get to 30 minutes, you're like, yep, it's greedy, but it's so impossible to deal with. Okay, now they've got a little bit more lockdown. That's nice. That's pleasant. But they don't have...
It's a pretty decent disruptor game, though, right? Like, there's the Weaver, there's Centaur Stampede. You should be able to catch targets off.
Yeah, they have a lot of ways to catch them. My fear is they don't have a lot of big burst damage to deal with the Weaver Ag. So even if you do get a Scythe off, Weaver just Ags resets that hero and then suddenly Scythes out the picture. And VP have set themselves up for their classic game of you might be able to play aggressive, but will eventually just outscale you, and that's exactly what they're doing in this game. They already have the win condition and they have last pick. The disrupt pick also shows that the DP will be obviously your mid lane, with your Funnick most likely playing the off lane. Again, they might change up if the DP and Necro is off lane or mid, depending on this last pick. That's the last bit of flexibility in their draft. But
what I don't like about this Necro is his with Rubik. Rubik usually likes someone in front of him to be actually that strong hero, because Necro, even though it's a Spectre and the Witch Doctor lane, he can die in the first 3-4 levels. If he makes a mistake, he can die. He's not that sturdy if he stands in front. These guys don't really spam spells. You're not going to have a full stick.
Ooh, okay.
And they do go for the Pugna.
Yeah.
I was wondering if they could do this, because there is that double silence you talked about as well, but such low cooldowns, right?
Yeah, Pugna's generally really nice. Like you're going to be up against DP or Necro, so you're going to have a decent lane. It means that now when you play in your 4 and your Spectre's farming, you can actually pressure objectives and try and close out the map and own the map in that way. My concern is, like, if Ricky has a really good start to the game and he goes for like Diffusal, Nullifier, Pugna pretty much doesn't have a game, and you're very reliant on Spectre to do your late game damage. Like, you might fall flat on damage right now. You rely, like, literally, what is your damage?
That can happen. But is Ricky really going to have a good laning stage? He has lane and he's against the Centaur Weaver. Right?
But if I was Hellraiser, I'd just put the Ricky bottom, put the Necro top, DP mid. Your Necro just sits up against the Centaur, has a good lane. You aggro the Ricky like they did in the previous game, and then you pretty much enable your entire team to have such a game. And
that's a solid way to put it, though. I think this Virtus Pro lineup is just very well rounded up. It's in their comfort zone, and I think that they know how to play it. They actually have burst damage. Stomp Centaur, Maledict, and Pugna burst. The hero is gonna die.
A hero.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Where are the other 4 dying?
They're not.
Okay. So I think for that very reason, and that logic bomb alone, I'm going to go with Hellraiser, because they actually have a way out of the game. But maybe if they make an egregious misplay, they might fall flat, but nah, Hellraisers.
Do you agree with that, Nicola? Did he just convince you to backpedal the Hellraisers camp?
He didn't convince me. He has a valid point, but he didn't convince me. I think this is really in Virtus Pro's comfort zone, and it's a really easy lineup to execute. You know your timings, and it's just going to be a kind of straightforward game from them.
Pretty split here on the panel. It could go either way, so we'll throw it across now to our commentator duo to see if we can actually pull out a third game here for the first time in the playoffs, or is this going to continue the 2-0 streak?
You really should prepare.
Well done, my beauties.
The stench of death is upon you.
Wait for it. What a surprise.
I could be wrong. I think
Yeah,
top's
for
where the
sure.
action's going to be.
Exactly. This top lane is gonna be Spectre with the slow, then the solo. Actually, he's already scaling up Voodoo Restoration, so they're gonna play a very defensive style in this lane top. Just sustain the Spectre, keep him alive, get him the farm that he needs, and then eventually, I think when the Weaver TPs to the top lane, once Centaur is like completely fine bottom, that's when we're gonna see a bunch of action. Because with Malik and then the Weaver just Shikuching on top and activating the swarm, that's going to do a lot in this top lane. And as you said, the mid lane is going to be pretty much a wash. No one just wants to get some experience, probably rotate to the Centaur's lane later, help him take the tower, or the Centaur rotates to him, help him take the mid tower, something of that sort. And then they're always going to have the Stampede ready to get out of engagements where Exorcism gets activated.
That's a scary thing. That's going to be a scary factor in this game, which I feel hasn't really had that much talked about it. But the Exorcism does kind of give Hellraisers a very clear timing to fight around. It gives them the pushing ability, which they would lack without it. And basically, this spell, I feel like, is going to determine a lot of the way these teams play the game. I think it's definitely the biggest spell in the game. Meanwhile, Weaver in the bottom lane getting pretty low to the Pushka and the Riki here. They continue harassing out Zayats here, but jump away from Nick's just going to save him from Sakuchi, and nothing's going to happen down the bottom lane for the time being. But actually, there's a stab on the Centaur if he wants to pass it the way of Zayats. We'll see.
Yeah, there's the double wave already pushing up into this lane, so Centaur is going to be able to farm that up. Zayak just needs to make sure that this disruptor doesn't get any pulled off, and as long as that happens, I think Resolution is going to be extremely happy in this lane. It's when the Centaur hits the Retaliate level 3. I'm kind of surprised that he went for the hook stall, actually. As long as you have the Retaliate, you build up any, stacks, and when you get level 3, you get the level 2 Retaliate, it's going to be very difficult for the Riki to lane.
Yeah, he might suffer a little bit. Zayas he's the one on the receiving end of this bottom lane aggression. I mean, Pushka is constantly throwing out the Thunder Strikes onto this Weaver, abusing his relatively small health pool. As Resolution just continues to sit in the middle of this lane. Just super annoying. He's probably going to take this. Yep, take some auto creep as well. So getting himself that extra bit of money. Meanwhile, it's actually Flick in the top lane has done pretty well to start things off. 12-2. Currently the CS leader into the Spectre is currently 7-0. So a decent amount of pressure being put on W for the time being by Roger and Funnick. To be honest, this does strike me as a pretty good lane. Generally, Rubik, along with someone who wants to sit people's faces, feels like a good idea to me. That phase, you get much more value out of it if you've got someone who's kind of sitting, begging to be attacked, and that's exactly what the Necrophos can do for you. So it seems like they are playing this lane quite well, and yeah, they're going to have to try and pull through and get some CS in the jungle instead.
Yeah, it's a very tough lane for the Spectre, that's for sure. 2 range heroes hitting him, and one of them having Heartstop Aurora. This Funnick, like Necrophos, is the bane of every melee carries that you can pretty much find. So big rotations come out from either the Necrophos or the Weaver. Sorry, the Pushka or the Weaver for BP side to help this Spectre have an easier time in the laning stage.
But as we mentioned before, that's very unlikely. I mean, I don't think anybody from this middle is going to be rotating, because the moment one rotates, their tower is just going to be pushed down so quickly. I mean, the blast and the exorcisms on the other side. Like, it's very much 2 sticky mid laners which want to force the other to stay in lane. So the side laners have to be very self-sufficient in laning, and right now RTW is having some troubles.
Yeah, Solo just has this Voodoo Restoration permanently on, trying to sustain the Spectre as he can. Then they just keep hitting him non-stop. 22 last hits on Funny Care. Almost perfect CS in his lane at the moment. Already has a Bracer and 2 Fairy Fire, so it's going to be extremely difficult to kill. But I think they need to understand on VP that the Necrophos is the key factor in this game. He's the one that needs to shut down. They got to really put that pressure on him. So I do expect no one still to move out of this lane, even though the DP will be able to, use exorcism and take the star mid lane, because that's just how important Necrophos is in this game.
Yeah. It does kind of seem like Virtus Pro never really planned to win the lane, to be honest with you. Like, going Voodoo Restoration first on the Witch Doctor is very telling of how they kind of already knew that things were going to be pretty rough on this top lane. We're definitely experiencing that. But meanwhile, at mid, I want to talk about this matchup a little bit, because he's doing very, very well right now. He's currently 25-8 to the Death Prophet 16-10, so with a pretty decent advantage over Kasani right now. He's starting to CS under that tower right now.
Yeah, but Kasani does have 10 denies. It's not too bad. It's just all the crepifies onto the Death Prophet. So he has to use the Crit Storm to get the last hit in the lane. It's just a little bit annoying for the DP. But at the end of the day, it's just going to come down to like the 5v5 matchups in this kind of game. Because the laning is just... There's a lot of, spells and creep skipping and, people just trying to play for the levels going on. So I'm very excited for this game to see when the fights start breaking loose. Well, Funnick actually gonna get Malady to top. It's just level 1.
Yeah, he's chill. He's chill. Actually, they're turning it around, but it's really the bottom lane where the action's happening. They take down Pushka. Solo getting low at top, but they can't finish the job under that tower. That's the Voodoo Restoration going to work here for Solo, along with the tower helping out a tiny bit as well. But yeah, I mean, it's actually down in the bottom lane. Pushka just kind of gets jumped in the jungle. And that was the Pugna coming in for that one as well. So,
and Pugna got the first blood, so he's extremely happy that his net worth is gonna inflate just a little bit here. Surprisingly, Resolution is actually not doing that well bottom lane. I think this has a lot to do with skilling Stomp level 1. Retaliate is very important to skill level 1, especially to help you last hit some of the creeps as well. You can always manipulate your lanes because of it. So Resolution not doing as well as he would like, and I think that's gonna hurt them quite a bit.
It certainly seems to have done, but they're trying to come back into this one. I also think it's kind of down to the fact that Zayats just keeps getting bullied in this lane. And as you see here, I mean, they're just jumping in pretty hard here. And Zayats, he's going to have to get himself away. Has it scooch in 1 second, but won't get it off. The Tricks of the Trade and the Lightning Bolts finish the job onto the Weaver. And I mean, that's a lot. That is a lot. As I said, Weaver not particularly high health pool, relies on his evasiveness, but with the damage out from the Thunder Strike and along with the double blink strikes from Nyx, it's really hard for this Weaver to keep his health pool up and keep being effective in this lane, and that just leaves Resolution alone. And yeah, this is a Pushka show down in the bottom lane. This Disruptor, he's owning.
Oh yeah, here we go. The Pugna rotating to the bottom lane now.
This might be a bit of a cast right now. See you later, Pushka. I'm sorry, that one's on me, but he's going to get run down. And I don't think there's much they can do about Ricky. They're still trying for it, but the TP's coming over from the Rubik, try and help out his Ricky now, but they're pinging him. They know he's here, and this might just be Roger actually taking the bait in this one. He could lift the partner, but decides not to. He's tanking like the full life drain up. Kasani's down into this one though. Pops the ultimate. Pops yes. They see the Pugna, but he's TP himself away. That's going to be able to run around on the sidelines as well, and Roger unable to really lock down Resolution, throw him back. Since Ectus is really doing nothing, he's going to use it to farm a hard camp.
Wow, that was actually so epic from no one. He goes bottom, he realizes that Rubik is the only disabled there, forces so much reaction, especially the DP, who uses Exorcism bottom instead of pressuring the mid tower, and then he just TPs out. Now, all of a sudden, there's no more Exorcism, there's no threat of his mid tower ever dying anymore, and now you can do the same exact move again, either top lane or bottom lane, wherever you choose it. That was just absolutely genius from no one.
So, he's controlling this game right now. This Pugna had a decent start and turning it into a very decent minute game. Actually, the Rubik goes to steal the rune, but no one just positioning himself on the high ground, trying to do it with a right click. So have that life drain, but has another Nether Blast available, but won't actually be able to get the kill onto the Rubik right now, especially with Kasani showing up and forcing back no one. It's still a lot of damage taken, but yeah. Roger
he stole the Arcane Rune for the Pugna.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
If that Pugna got that Arcane Rune, that would have been some very scary things in this game. Look at Funnick top lane. He's like all by himself up here, fighting off 2 heroes. I mean, if we look at Spectre's lasses, he's doing pretty good. He got the level 6, but it definitely doesn't feel good that this one offlaner can just sit here and not be punished in any sort of way whatsoever.
Yeah, but the Rubik, he's kind of been moving around the map a little bit, so that does free up things a little bit for the Spec. They can't just keep on pressuring the Spec, but I don't know, I think at this stage you're feeling, hold the phone as they look forward onto the Central War Runner right now. The lift back keeping him inside that smoke cloud for as long as possible. Resolution can't use any spells. All he can do is get cooked up in the bottom lane by Roger, Pushka, and Nyx. That's a nice kill onto the center, and yeah, a bit of a stark difference coming out between, oh, look at the stacks which Funnick is currently taking.
That's a lot.
This guy's getting rich.
After this.
Oh no, no one. He might see this happening right now. Might be able to take a significant chunk off these creeps. They're going to look forward onto the Necrophos here, and he just gets absolutely obliterated. And now these big fat creeps, the juicy ones, come in the way of no one. He's going to take them all. Oh dear.
You hate to see that. You hate to see that. Oh, no one takes creeps.
All their work, all their investment, their offlaner who's doing so well. Tragic.
It feels so good for Noel. He's about to hit level 9. He's just about to be 10 minutes into this game. Oh no. And that's the #1 net worth hero on Radiant side as well, dying.
Yeah, it's a really high value kill at that as well. Giving away 235 gold and then also grabbing these creeps as well. And Funix like, well, unfortunately also misses the D ward as well. Doesn't think that they'll have it this deep. So yeah, he's in trouble. Glimpse is going to come out. Not needed though. They'll get the bug all the time. Nice little kill in the mid lane. Maybe Kasani can get some pressure onto the tower as well with this X already running. Looks like he will be able to do so. And they're coming in with solo. They're going to try and defend this one, I suppose, but I'm not sure how much they can really do. Fortify comes out.
It's almost done the exorcism. I think they should be okay with defending this. Just gotta maybe decrepify the catapult or something. Yeah, all good.
He's hungry. He wants the death problem. They're actually going to maybe rotate their Spectre into this one, but the silence comes down onto the Pugner. But the bottom is where the real action is. Nyx, though, he's also able to escape this engagement, so not that successful so far for Virtus Pro, but they're still looking for LTW really hungry to make this rotation work for him. Try and trade the aggro over towards Resolution, and now the damage coming down. No one turns up to the bottom lane, and they will be able to drop Pushka. Roger? Not sure that's the TP you were looking for, my friend. Probably going to lose his life. Turns around, though, with the life drain. Getting Resolution kind of low here. They're going to have to drop the Death Ward to try and get the kill. They will bring down Roger. Did a decent amount of work into his ex-teammate there, but does eventually power. Meanwhile, Death Prophet getting beaten down here. She really wants to try and finish the tower. I'm going to try and go in with a life drain. No one unable to get the deny, but might get a return kill on DP. DP going for the TP out. It's going to be close down to 120 HP, but not enough damage in that one life drain to kill off the Death Prophets. Pretty successful in the middle lane for Hellraisers, and to be honest, not a bad past few minutes for Hellraisers in general.
Yeah, and meantime, Funny has just been sitting in the top lane, just pressuring this tower up with the catapult here at the same. The unfortunate thing for Hellraiser is that the Riki hasn't been able to farm for like the last minute or so since he has been pressured. But I don't think he's too worried about that since the DP did. I mean, that's like the most important tower on the map, right? The tier 1 middle here. So.
Stop lane, and looking towards Funnick, and again, it's going to be Funnick losing his life time after time. This is his second death now up in this top lane, and that's just not what you can be allowing to happen. I mean, this guy's got so much money, but it's just going the way of Virtus Pro again here, and now they're looking to pressure yet another tower. They want these side towers. They want the advantage somewhere. They don't have their mid anymore, but they want to bring down the top. We're just going to turn up, though, immediately try and get that sentry down and get their vision out, but Virtus Pro already on the retreat.
Yeah, you really cannot be doing that as the highest net worth, essentially the carry in your game as his Necrophos, so that's going to be pretty big. And you can see VP's game plan, like they're not too worried about the towers, they're more worried about like getting experience for themselves. So wherever they can get kills, they'll just do that because they know they're playing the Spectre game. Spectre just wants to farm up, get his Radiance going and such. So Hellraisers, though, they understand as well what VP wants to do, and they don't want to give that to them. So now they're starting to group up. They're starting to pressure towers. They want VP to fight into them 5-on-5 instead of just always getting picked off all over the map.
Yeah, as we shift into this mid game, I think we're going to really see the full potential of the Hellraisers lineup. Once they hit their timings, their team fight is going to be strong, but the Riki having some troubles down in the bottom lane, has to pop the tricks to trade, but don't have anything to jump to, or maybe does, but Pushka turns up just in the nick of time. There's a Maledict on him though, and that's going to put an end to Nyx, and actually Pushka might just be another log on this fire in the bottom lane. The right click's going to do from solo, and Pushka is going to get his sausage sliced down in the bottom lane. 2 kills going their way.
You can see LTW, he's like, I got 1 second on dagger, give me the kill, and then boom, he's like, nah, my double kill, baby. And that was such a nice play onto the Riki there. Level 4 Maledict, and the cast actually bounced to the Riki, so he couldn't use the tricks of the trade right away. Too much damage from the combo of the Witch Doctor and just falling to position 1. And Spectre got a lot of XP from that too. He's about to hit level 10. This is a very, very high XP Spectre. Look at the Necrophos, who was pretty much solo in the top lane. He's not even, I wouldn't say not even close. He's not the head of the Spectre anymore.
That was cute. Nick's actually smoking the Ancients just to make sure he can get the D-Ward off safely, because he didn't want to get stomped by those Ancient Prowlers. But yeah, no, this net worth chart is looking really worrying now for Hellraisers. And you know, we were just saying about how Hellraisers are going to be the team which is looking to shine in the mid game, but the timings are being delayed. You know, Nyx, he wanted to have this Diffusal Blade finished by now, and he is still a little bit of ways off. Kasani as well doesn't have the Yulls finished, and this Necro dying at some key times doesn't have the mech. Like, it's everything is just turning up so slowly for Hellraisers because of the movements which Virtus Pro are making. But they're looking for some action of themselves now, but they've only seen Solo here. Maybe if they can get RTW, that would be a bigger target, but Stampede actually used preemptively just to make sure these guys get out of here. The catch is so lacking on the side of Hellraisers. They're trying to look for the glimpse here. They've got 2 points in it. RTW is going to be the target. They're dropping the ult, but everything coming down to the Spectre right now. Exism even being thrown into the mix right now. They want to kill off RTW. RTW going for a jetting through the trees to the death ward, forcing back the side of Hellraiser. The TPs are coming on over, and now the aggression switches. They pops the ultimate from the Spectre here, trying to find more targets for Pushka. That's going to be an easy pick up on the trees here, so he's going to try and run them in a bit of circles and stop them fighting a team, but it is another victory for Virtus Pro. You could maybe argue that at least Ricky's having some time to farm his defusal, but he was actually just kind of hanging around, hitting some lane creeps in this situation, still not finding that much. Maybe they can grab the Weaver here, but actually a little bit late on the dust, maybe on the left. No, it doesn't seem to make. Oh, never mind. It does make a difference because he gets off that time lapse. So don't bring him down in time. Zaz just calmly runs himself away, and again, Hellraiser's just not finding these kills.
Man, it feels like Hellraisers are getting very, very impatient. Like that Spectre kill was a very far-stretched, goal there. They could just wait for this Ricky to get the defusal blade and then take these engagements, but they feel like they gotta do something. And again, another Death Prophet ultimate being completely wasted. So they're a little bit slowing down their own tempo because they're overly aggressive at this point in the game, where all they gotta do is just group up and go for some objectives.
All they gotta do. Virtus Pro making that very difficult for them there. Meanwhile, the side coming down onto Weaver. It's not enough to bring down Science, and actually the Necrophos in trouble. Virtus Pro just again, every single move Hellraisers try to make, they are just 2 steps ahead, finding the return kills, getting the big one down, and the tower as well. Chomping away at tower, but in goes the Ricky on the sideline, so the force actually out him, nearly cute enough to disrupt the kill, but he does bring him down again. Meanwhile, they jump in onto the Death Prophet resolution, a decent amount of damage. Kasani can't actually pop out spells because of this annoying Nether Ward. Now Stampede's being used, no one can turn this one around, but he yields out onto the DP. Nether Ward, well, they're actually going to run themselves away, Virtus Pro. They are so low on HP. There's no cleanup crew available from the side of Hellraisers, so all these low health heroes from Virtus Pro are just going to be able to run themselves away. They do use that Weaver, but it's very little advantage. That said, there's actually a gold advantage for Virtus Pro this side, but it's very, very small. So even though they have been doing a lot of work across the map, the time they're taking to make these movements, it is reflecting in their net worth, but I don't think they're minding that much. But you're right, RTW could be the one in trouble. Lift up, throw it back, keeping him inside the smoke for as long as possible with these TPs coming over. Hellraisers need to get themselves out.
That's why you max out Dispersion. The spell is so good at mitigating damage, but he might still get gone on here. Oh,
glimpse back. LTW under the tower. Funnick really hungry for this one, but I don't think they're going to find him. There's 2 heroes from Virtus Pro here, and again, this overextension might be punished, though. The life drain immediately cancelled out by Kasani with that silence. That's not going to happen. Actually, no one picking out. There's a ward here, guys, but there is not. No such thing.
I think this is the position in the map where Hellraiser actually do want to veto, because this has effectively stopped BP from farming as much as they were earlier. But obviously BP know exactly what's happening, and they're like, okay guys, let's go split push once again. Just let them be there. We don't need to take this engagement.
Now they're going to the pocket, but he's got the 4 tops from Pushka. He's still got 2 seconds left on this glimpse. If they want to try and take this, they're going to try and make it happen. Standing by, within his room, nearby, gonna jump in, get the storm, trying to buy no on the time, needs to get away, but that's not gonna happen. They get the kill, and now move on to the Centaur as well, and the Yulz is coming down. He's going for the TP out, but there's a lift available on Roger, and that Centaur is going absolutely nowhere. Hellraisers, they're gonna spice up Virtus Pro source a little bit. They try to make some stuff happen in the mid lane, but end up feeding away 2 kills, and now it's Hellraiser's turn to fight back. What can they do with this? They do have an exorcism.
Yeah, that's so good by Hellraisers. They got the Ricky finally, as we were saying, right? All they need is Ricky defusal, so they have a way to initiate properly and have a slow going, right? So on this map, though, at the moment, the Spectre already on the bottom, push the lane out. So now Hellraisers have reassessed the situation. 2 heroes are dead, but the lane is not in a good position for them. So you just want to get these lanes up, these tier 1 and tier 2 towers bottom, and hope that VP really fight them. But look at RTW, he is waiting ever so patiently. Oh boy, he doesn't want to TP. He doesn't know where to TP now, so he
can be punished. I don't think so. Connects, but he knows he's picking exactly where he is. What's the play? There's another spectral dagger available, but yeah, in comes the ultimate Virtus Pro hit. They're hit down in the trees, and Danny's going to be the number one. Getting off, but what happens afterwards? Not very much, I might imagine. He's going to get off these siphons, but meanwhile, the backlines are taking out. Kasani going to go down. Meanwhile, Phonic running in a direction, but I mean, there's not really many places for him to run right now. Virtus Pro, they will be getting on top of him. It's going to be a bit of a slow one, but they should be getting the kill here. There's no hope coming in for Phonic right now. He's buying them a little bit of time, but he will eventually. Meanwhile, Roger, he goes to take some outposts at the very least, so they get the XP advantage from the outposts. Yeah, I mean, that's still 3 really, really big kills from both in the bottom lane.
Yeah, Hi is very proud. He stayed in the trees, beat them, and here came Virtus Pro to just wipe them out one by one. I mean, Hellraisers are really unsure of what they're doing, and this Ricky is just not in the fight. Like, they gotta understand that Ricky is the most important hero in their lineup, and he needs to be the one to lead these engagements with his vision or his diffusal blade, and after that, they can take the fights. If the Ricky's not there, you just gotta back off, and if he cannot TP to you, you can't be in super aggressive positions on the map anymore.
You need him. This Ricky needs to be doing more than he is, I feel, but he has got a lot of farm. He is the most farmed hero in the game, and he is going for this nullifier as his first item. What do you make of that?
I think it's good to purge someone so they can't get decrepified. That's the reason why he's buying it.
Right.
So that way, no one can be saved, or no one cannot save someone else or himself or any, whoever gets nullified. And it's also a really nice skill. But what I really want to mention right now, Nomad, is click on Spectre, right?
Yeah.
What's he got coming on the card here?
He's got a Radiance, right?
Yep.
Alrighty.
It wasn't a bait for a rapier, okay? I was just trying to let you know that there's a Radiance online, and this is the big item. This is the Spectre timing item. It's got haunted 20 seconds. His team is already smoking up before the haunt's even up, so that when the engagement does start, they already have it ready to go. And this is going to be the make or break situation for both teams. Hellraisers have to win this engagement. They have to win this engagement, no matter what.
It's going to be so tough. They don't know about this Radiance yet. Maybe they've looked in the sequence coming, but regardless, they can start onto Kasani. There needs to be a save coming out with Death Row, but that's just not going to happen. It's immediately an entry kill onto the enemy player. Roger going to be the next target up here as he loses most of his health. Stampede coming out to make sure this happens. Roger, they're going to steal it, going to help him get away, but as they're even doing that, Phonic going for the TP is successful. Roger's still on the run. I think he's going to get run down. Meanwhile, Zias gets finished, gets a kill onto the Pushka, and Roger's going to meet his end fairly swiftly afterwards, and that is 3 kills for the side of Virtus Pro. A successful defense of that play, an amazing debut off this Radiance. Is that the kind of fight you were looking for, Theben?
That's the kind of fight I expected. But if you're a VP fan if you're a Hellraiser fan right now, you were really hoping that they would be able to win that engagement somehow. But perfect jump onto the DP. Haunt comes through, gets vision of every hero. It's crazy. You get Radiant, you use a Haunt, and instantly you already have 1,000 gold. All your teammates are also getting a bunch of experience from these kills. They get some more map control, and now Hellraiser's got to think, what do we do next? Right? The Haunt is on cooldown. We might have a small opportunity right now to go use EXO on a tier 2 tower, and maybe BP make a mistake from there and take engagement even while Haunt is on cooldown.
I mean, I think there's a huge case to be made about DP's positioning in this game as well. She feels invincible because of the heal scepter, but Kasani has just made herself such an easy target to go on each time, and I expect this to have like an Oracle or a Dazzle or something like that on your team, or even the Shadow Demon, but they don't have that safe. But now they go. They find the Sentinel. This is a big target. Can they bring it down in time? Trick the Drake doing a decent amount of work, and they'll get the kill immediately. Jumping across on the solo. That's going to be the next target right now, and it doesn't look like this pro can bring anything more to this fight. They're going to accept their loss as they lose an off-laner and a 5 position. It's not that bad. The system is still running, so they can look towards getting this tier 2 in the mid as well.
Yeah, the best thing about this for Hellraisers right now is that there's nobody on VP side split pushing at this moment. So they're actually all stuck in the base. It's like all 5 heroes are actually dead for Virtus Pro because they're not doing anything but sit in the base, right? So they're going to get a little bit of breathing room here, but unfortunately DP ult had to be used there to be able to kill that Centaur. So again, another opening gonna come for VP now, where once Centaur and Witch Doctor are alive, the Haunt is in play.
Yep, it's Battle of the Exorcism. It's now a Battle of the Horn with his Radiance up. That is the spell in the game. Virtus Pro have control of it.
They're here though on this hill. Hellraisers, they don't want to stop. They really want to keep pressure. Get another smoke play here, but they're not DPO. I don't know about this one. They gotta get a really big kill though on a core.
So it's not that. To the heart, so they're going to turn around with the stun. It's an awkward engagement here. BKB pops the Rickies. He tries to go into this one. They've actually lifted up the central, so he couldn't stop. Now he uses the Stampede, but they're able to take down Roger. But one has also done in this. Bonnet will trade his life. LTW has a decent amount of damage here, but it's looking like the fight going in VP's favor. Nick's trying to run himself away, but has nothing to jump to, and all 5 heroes just get annihilated. There is too much damage to fight into. A valuable lesson learned from Hellraisers here, I feel. You can't fight VP with their ultimates up like this, but oh no, my Pushka do a wall thing that ends up getting pulled down. So decides he wants to kill, and that's going to be yet another kill going the way of Virtus Pro, making it. I think that's 6 now with the dieback on the disrupt. So pretty good Virtus Pro, thing said and done.
And this Spectre is like 1,000 something gold away from finishing in Manta as well. It's getting in this game, and they needed to actually get the jump onto the Spectre and Reaper sight them in order for them to even have a shot in that team fight. Unfortunately, the Spectre was not the one getting caught out, and things turned really sour for Hellraisers very quickly. I mean, there's still hope here though, because although the goal, I mean, like, I really dislike looking at goalies in terms of, you know, who's winning in these kind of situations. I kind of look at spells. I think Hellraisers still have a shot in the sense that if they do get this BKB off the DP and maybe Purpose finishes one more item and there's like a bad engagement taken by VP, they can definitely come back. Because Ricky still does plenty of damage as well.
Yeah, he does. He's still, you know, a farmed hero. Did decide to go for the BKB rather than just straight in for that nullifier, but I feel like that was the right choice. Unfortunately, it's a poor fight choice from Hellraisers.
Exactly. Like they just smoked into the enemy team without any vision, and also a DP exorcism on cooldown, right? Like we as casters already saw the, you know, disaster waiting to happen.
Yeah.
They spoke already, so like they can only imagine that. You just gotta set the situation. Why are we winning? Oh, Ricky leads the fights, and DP has exorcism. Those are the ones that we've won. So that's what we gotta keep on doing. And sometimes in the middle of a game, that's really difficult.
And I want to point out that Zayat's actually going for an Aghanim that's expected on the position on the Weaver. That is such a good item to have with the Spectre, though. I mean, this combination of heroes and items is just disgusting. Like, taking 2 rounds of dispersion damage, along with the Spectre getting a second chance of continuously getting off this Radiance burn, along with the natural damage as well. Yeah, it's just too much to deal with. Zayat's having some fun, playing on the edge here with this time lapse, and he's still running into these heroes as well. Look at this guy, he's hitting so hard. He's like, yeah, you want to kill me? Come and kill me, boys. See if you can manage it. But I've got the cavalry on the way, and if you don't think that, I will not be the one lying on the floor dead.
Yep. I want to mention something. Zayak, he was the chosen one. They gave him a jelly. Oh, dodged again, jumped.
Oh, so low. The mech comes out from Funny. The Guardian's Greaves is helping him out and should be enough to help him survive through this one. Helps him out a hell of a lot.
Yeah, we were talking a lot about supports getting jellies. I remember no one is the one who got that, and he actually gave the jelly to the Weaver. So you can see the amount of respect they got for Zayak here. And I mean, to be Weaver actually needs jelly. This hero as a support uses so much mana that jelly just makes him a completely different hero. Especially to be able to farm up like this Vessel and Aghanim. I would say he's actually an even more important hero than like Centaur this game. He's more like the position 3 in terms of like the priority in
what he brings, yeah.
Of items.
Absolutely. Yeah, next touch in here, they're going to go for the easy pickup onto the Witcher, but again, that disruption coming through, and now the heal actually coming. They really want Switch to survive this fight, but Roger will be so lucky. Meanwhile, they will beautifully get the kill onto Solo. Pretty even right now, because Sun pop both the BKB and the exit, but Roshan is up, but RTW, he's coming back into this one. The P being used as well. They're going to try and take this fight, but they're going to try and go for Weaver on the sideline, but Weaver is dancing around. Comes into that, and Bill comes out from her, trying to keep himself alive just a little bit longer, but the power on top, but RTW actually has to back himself up, and now with the Spirit Siphon is enough to keep dead from alive. It certainly is not. It's not enough to keep Resolution down there. He turns around, kills off the DP. Meanwhile, Nyx and Pushka actually ran all the way back to base in this fight, so they wanted nothing to do with that one. Thought it was going for way earlier, and just got themselves out, left their dead. I don't know how I feel about that one. I felt like there was a real opportunity for the Ricky to get in and do some real damage in that fight, but unfortunately, he just never turned up, and that's going to allow the Pro to take this Rochette. I don't know. How do you agree with the position to get out on Hellraiser's there? Do you think that fight really was over?
Well, they feel like every time Spectre uses the ultimate and it gives vision on all of them, they are so hesitant to take the fight after that. And the problem is, like, if you use the exorcism, you gotta stand your ground and you gotta like help him, because now they just get the free Aegis, completely forfeited everything, and there's no more fight. As five, you don't have your big team fighting tool any longer, and the enemy has an Aegis. So
you're right, buddy. Let's see because the one who's gonna get brought down. Hands up, super low. They will get the kill in the end, but now the Ricky might be in some trouble. Nice BKB though, dodging out Storm, jumping over Dodger as well. Who Storm is Kuchi and getting away out of this fight. Next, he's got 5 seconds left for his next blink strike, but he is invincible. They don't seem to have the detection right now. They do have the dust, but they won't find the Ricky. Although things coming out solo. I think Ricky might have just under the tower for a second there. He's on the run under the safety zone sentry, and yeah, Nyx is be okay in the end.
One hit.
Ooh, but Roger still playing a dangerous game right now, and they're just put the Death Ward to finish the job. Tip coming out for solo. They'll tip each other. Fair enough.
It's tipping.
So like a handshake.
Yeah. Nyx, I don't know, man. This Ricky, he might have had the right idea with the nullifier, but he had to go for the BKB, right? So his damage output is still not so high, and the Pugna can definitely still save someone from this Ricky by just decrepping them. So, TeamSpeak in 2020.
Yeah, Virtus Pro. Maybe they got some like old contracts or sponsors or something like that. No, I'm just kidding.
I'm kidding. Sure I was actually using TeamSpeak up until like whatever point I stopped playing professionally Dota. Like it's just a preference thing. I think like most of the teams never moved on to Discord for talking and stuff like that. TeamSpeak just has like, it's easy to use, I guess, or it's comfortable. People are used to it.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you. That's probably something to do with the latency as well, because Discord sometimes, using the
right.
You can get personalized servers on TeamSpeak as well. But anyway, it came back on a quick hiatus here as we get back into this game. But yeah, I think Hellraisers are going to be in a really tough position to win this game right now. I mean, the Spectre with the Aegis, she's going for a Scatty next as well, and the Weaver's going to be sitting behind her when he's back alive pretty soon, grabbing the Aghanims as well. So LTW is just he's just a monster this game.
Yep. I mean, this Disruptor and the Rubik are just gonna be food. Spectre every time he picks, unless he's taunting onto someone that Resolution jumps, Centaur stomps on. That's also a very good target to go on. It just feels like team fighting for VP is so much easier than Hellraiser. For Hellraiser, it's like complicated math equation in terms of how they need to start the engagement, where they're starting the engagement, and who they need to jump.
All right, but all that math equation out. I want to hear how you think Hellraisers enter this fight to stand best chance of winning. What needs to go right? Oh god, not like this, Roger.
They need to stay alive. Yeah. Everybody alive. But if there was a situation where they can win fights, they would need Ricky to go from behind, jump the Witch Doctor to kill him, since he doesn't have any ways of staying alive against a cloud, apart from the Pugna getting a decrepify on him. They need a deep to silence the Pugna, and then they can take an engagement from there, where they already kill off the position 5 and buyback.
Yeah, these repair kits doing a lot of work for Hellraisers though, as Virtus Pro attempt to take the high ground, but actually they've took damage to take tap with. These repair kits are going to be doing a hell of a lot of work this game.
He's got a nullifier on the Ricky.
Yeah, just gets it finished. He's staying in the base long enough to grab it. Now, maybe they stand a chance of jumping on his Witch Doctor and finishing him off, but they're actually going to go to the Pucker instead. to the center, but hell, might have just found themselves the dream scenario here, and they're jumping on top of the Spectre. Now, trying to run herself one minute, Solo turning it around with the Death Ward, trying to come into this one as a deep hit. Needs to get herself back a little bit here. They have killed off Solo. He is dead. Now they look forward. Oh, Weaver again nullified up. They bring him down. So much work being done by this Ricky with the nullifier. Roger has to be careful on the front lines here. It doesn't let take this step. They're also very, very low on the side of Hellraiser. They can't afford to let themselves get killed by LTW. A lot of respect being shown from Hellraiser, but at the same time, they want it. They want it back. Next, he's taken so much damage. You try to dodge a little bit, but backs himself out. They can't do this. They realize they cannot bring down the Spectre, so they'll back themselves out. But Hellraisers, they do find the Dream Initiation. And the target all along, it wasn't the Witch Doctor, it was Pugna. And they bring him down, and no one does bite back in, but unfortunately doesn't get to the fight in time. And Hellraisers get a huge high ground defense. They take the Aegis off as well. So much done. And I mean, this null, I was thinking, all right, we should do a bit, but it did work, Steven.
Oh yeah, that was actually so huge. I think the nullifier stopped the Force Staff as well. I'm not sure how the mechanic worked. He did force himself, but it looked like it stopped midway there. And because he did finish the nullifier, he was able to jump the Pugna instead of the Witch Doctor. He has so much damage there. The Aghanim's almost making some MVP plays there, but the Necrophos ultimate stunning him long enough to just die. And that's what you need. You need to just burn someone at the start of the fight where they don't cast any spells, and then you just take the engagement after that. Let this Ricky lead. It's so important that they let this Ricky lead the fights.
My question to you is this going to happen again? Because this was the reveal of the nullifier. Virtus Pro didn't know about it. Now they just their game plan. Is this going to happen again with a Pugna gets jump like this?
Well, I think he's going to be a lot more safe because he actually used dieback in the last fight. So if the Pugna gets jump like that again, the game might just be over. Like, I wouldn't say over, but they're going to lose every advantage VP has amassed in this if the Pugna dies again. So he cannot afford to do that. He's got to play super safe. He's probably just playing to buy his BKB now, so that doesn't happen again, right? The Nullifier can't really do much against the Black King Bar there. So they're just going to AFK a little bit on the map, complete that before they take any more engagement.
Yeah, pretty clear game plan now from both teams. We'll see who it manages to work out for better. Now, you know, I want to point out something here. Why on earth does Disruptor? He's actually got 2 Windlaces and Tranquil Boots. Not sure about that one, Chief. I mean, multiple bonuses from multiple Windlaces do not stack. So
when you're thinking about a lot of things, those things happen sometimes.
I mean, he's actually, you know, Tranquil Boots, they require a windlace as well, right? So he's actually got 3 Windlaces. Meanwhile, TW put on the front door right now. You said they were going to AFK, but doing the exact opposite of that. Resolution jumps in onto the Necro, keeps him stunned. A couple of trading going on here with some spells, but no real commitment from either team.
Another way outside here, waiting for that opportunity to jump in and hopefully find that Pugna once again, because he knows he doesn't have a buyback here. Positioning at the moment.
Yeah, he wants it.
I'm surprised this play from BP. This takes some big balls to do when your opponent has no ball.
Trying to get onto the Pugna, but actually the Nullifier doesn't reach him in time. He manages to force off himself away. Messi from Hellraiser, the meanwhile RTW and Resolution. They're doing back to the backlines, but it's over. Coming down, it's causing real trouble right now. RTW is going to get caught up in the Reaper's Cycle. The Weaver's going to save him, but he's already dead. Go down as well, though. RTW and Nick's both take another fight. They're getting so low as well, but helped out jumping away. It's actually gone. Kasani is out, so it's be 2 heroes dead. Immediate buyback from him, and now they're going to be able to solo on the retreat. He is gone. Oh, Kasani did have to buy back into this fight, but without the exits, and do a hell of a lot of work, but it doesn't matter. They still hold the high ground and kill off LTW. I'm actually surprised they still have damage to bring down Kasani that fight without ILTW, but he was already pretty low from previous situations, and man, that was really messy from both teams there. Ricky trying to get the engagement he wanted, jumping onto the Pugna, but Pugna actually getting the Force Staff off before the Nullifier hit, and it does have a little projectile in Nullifier, and it needs to connect before the Force Staff is used, otherwise it won't catch up until the Force Staff is over. So
right, so that fight, like, although he didn't kill the Pugna, he effectively did the same job where he got the Pugna out of the fight and he couldn't cast any spells, right? What happened there was the Spectre was in the middle of everything. He was doing so much damage, and especially through his dispersion, but there was no heals coming out from this Pugna onto him. So he ended up just taking too much. He died, and Kasani, like, buybacking there, I'm not sure it was necessary because the Spectre was already dead, but he did it anyway. And I think this gives opening for BP to try and kill him. And next engagement, this Pugna already has a BKB now. So it doesn't even matter if the Ricky jumps no one anymore. He can just casually BKB, force himself out, and then rejoin the fight if need be.
And also, I mean, this disruptor was huge in this fight, getting off that Psychic Storm. The Weaver actually did just about manage to get off the time lapse into the onto the Spectre, but because it was so late in the fight, the Spectre had still taken a decent chunk of damage, and with Reaper Scythe coming down as well, it did bring low enough for Hellraisers to finish the job there.
Yeah, Resolution had like a sliver of HP too in that last fight. He almost died there. So maybe if he died and it was just like Weaver and Pugna left on this map, like I would expect Hellraisers to have pushed on all these lanes and play much more aggressively, especially since Pugna doesn't have buyback.
Yeah, that's gonna be something for them to worry about for sure. These buybacks now for both teams actually is. DP's used hers. No one's going to have his in 3 minutes 39. Everybody else, they pulled out for the time being because they kind of realized probably that there's going to be a little bit of quiet, a little bit of downtime here. And what kind of state are we in the game now? We're now looking forward to this next Roshan, I guess.
Yep. Roshan definitely going to be the big factor. I think Hellraisers are going to have this Rubik and DP playing extremely back in the fights. Not extremely back, but somewhere where they let the Necrophals and stand in front, give some vision, or maybe even the Ricky because they don't have buybacks. And then the Spectre, like I expect VP to just revive and go run at them. Like if they were willing to take engagements where Pugna doesn't have buyback and no BKB, then I don't see why they wouldn't be still fighting into Hellraisers right now. After Pugna has completed his BKB and the Spectre revives. I think next fight they know that this Pugna can just stand his ground, cast heals onto the Spectre, and the Spectre will probably not die.
Breathe it in.
Claims, but I think you're right. I mean, it's not just Pugna as well. It's the Weaver. He's made himself an absolute menace in these fights with the Jagnum Scepter. Yeah, it really does feel like the next fight is going to be much easier from Virtus Pro, and I don't really see Hellraisers pushing any advantage in the next few minutes. Roshan might respawn in 20 seconds. We'll find out Roshan's respawn timer when that 20 seconds hits. Until then, it's anybody's guess.
Do you see Weaver and his item? What he has in the backpack? That's a big item for Spectre, right?
Illusion's cave, yeah, true enough.
That's going to be huge for Spectre. It's going to get a big boost in her damage and also creating another illusion. And that illusion, there's a chance that they might think it's real, right? I've seen that happen many times because it doesn't take as much damage as normal illusions. So.
Yeah, especially with these big tanky heroes like a Spectre as well. So yeah, this could be a bit of a bait coming out. We'll see if they're able to do anything with that. Whether Hellraisers are going to be wise upon it. And what are the neutral maps coming out for both teams? Let's see. Hellraisers. Oh, they don't actually have any tier 4s. They have only just spawned. So yeah. All right, fair enough. I was thinking like 35. I'm like, wait a minute. It used to be 40 anyway, so I didn't even have that excuse. Damn it.
Right. Do you wish that items like the 60-minute items would be dropped down to like 50? I feel like that should be the case.
I don't know. I mean, they are very like polarizing. They kind of they're really powerful. It kind of forces the game to end, which I know is a point, but I'm not sure if you want that. Like, if you have a really clutch game, which is 50 minutes, and then you just get one team which runs to the jungle, finds an Apex or a Ballista or something, and just kind of end it. That's like, not that entertaining.
37 minutes is 60 minutes. That's like a very long time for your next combat.
True.
I was thinking it's going to be a very stale, situation till then. So, and we rarely ever get to see tier 5 items. Like, it's so fun when you see those things come up.
Oh, Rocky with an arcane rune and he's living the dream right now. But yeah, what's your favorite combination of tier 5 items? Because mine has to be, I really like Drow with Ballista, because the extra range you get on her E, that is hilarious. So, multi-shot just goes, covers half the map.
I'm playing about 10 games a day for these past weeks, and I have not bought tier 5 items once.
True, that doesn't happen very often up in the higher tiers of games, that's for sure.
I don't know what my favorite item. No, I got it one time. I got the meteor The one that like lets you, it's like a blink.
Oh yeah,
that one.
Sky. Importantly, a 20%. Destruction.
This is a recipe for success right here. Just gotta let your Ricky go in there, man. Find someone. They actually have a ward. That's a really clutch ward that they planted here. And they did see some of BP's heroes walk up this direction. So this could be a big, big initiation.
They're chasing hard. Roger leading the charge right now. Ping's coming out. This could be an awesome start to the fight for Hellraisers, but they need to find that right target. That smoke's going to get popped immediately. Use the ultimate on the Spectre just to get the vision onto the heroes, and they're actually trying to find Nyx here. He's jumping up to try and get down to the low ground, jumping across to a teammate, but Hellraisers is one for the run rate from Funny getting a little bit left behind, but looking for the sun, trying to get a pop the exit, try and make something of the fight. So turning around, trying to look for a target right now, but they won't really be finding it, but he can't resolve. Necrophos getting pretty low here. Might just be dripping. Meanwhile, the backline Nyx, he's causing some trouble. He's causing some disruption here, and is actually, I can't believe no one's died in this fight, but no one's really been called out. Both teams just poking and prodding, and Virtus Pro, they're playing this fight beautifully, I would say, because this exorcism is actually kind of close to running out, and they're hanging Kasani now. They know they could have a real chance in their hands to take this. I feel like Hellraisers need to make themselves invisible right now, but that's not going to happen. No one's sliding on in. They're looking for Funnick. Funnick's going to pull it away. That disrupt fight. Well, Ricky trying to cause some disruption on the backlines here by jumping Zayats. He's having some fun, trying to play carefully, and is doing a very good job of doing that. And the disruption is enough for Hellraisers to not be baited into a pretty horrible fight.
Yeah, both teams using up their big ultimates though, the Spectre Hunt and the Death Prophet. But it looks like BP don't care. They're just gonna go straight into the push-out pit. I feel like
yeah, I think they're the stronger team without their ultimates up. They are the stronger team. I think so as well. Nazi, he's got to come out and say hi to Hellraisers. They are not letting them get anywhere near the push-out pit. They are keeping them at arm's length. Hellraisers, they really want to come in and stop this from happening. But no, that's the big target right now. It's going to be Pushka, who's a big target. He does get down his ultimate just before it goes down. 2 heroes caught inside of it, but they're both going to be absolutely fine. It's a gem. And, I mean, Necrophos wants to come in for it, but it's too dangerous. He can't get that close. A buyback comes from Pushka, wants to be back in this engagement now, and the battle for the gem will end in the pencil being able to run forward to grab it. Meanwhile, Funnick getting in a little bit of trouble right here. Now they jump on top of him, and the big jump in from Resolution will find that. A buyback comes out from the Necrophos from DP trying to find on the front lines. He's actually got Erexis up in 6 seconds. They have to be wary of this Virtus Pro, because this could be the big turnaround they're looking for, but still a decent amount of damage coming out from Kasani, and now Spectre ultis again, trying to find the targets. The Exorcism comes out, Kasani yules up, trying to keep herself alive, but is there anything to keep her in this game? The Reaper side just trying to buy Kasani the time, the Spirit side as well, but she's gone. Kasani out of fight, 110 seconds out, look forward towards Funnick as well. Funnick losing his life, RTW on top of him, yules not to buy him much time really. Funnick's going to come crashing back to the ground, and that is another hero dead. And Nyx, he was actually off defending again, not in the fights, and there's the GG's coming out with the Ricky not even committing to the final fight in this game. It feels like here he's going to BKB up to get himself a couple more crews, but it's going to be go into Virtus Pro, and that is going to make it, guess what, Theban, it's another 2-0 for us.
Oh my goodness. All right, Rap God, I'll give some insight there. That Ricky
The smoke lingers after fire. Blind devotion, empty motion. Like a roaring ocean, slow motion. The smoke lingers after fire. after fire. The smoke lingers after fire.
the scenes though, and really it's the same names captaining, maybe different teams, different organizations, but like in Europe it was always, Puppy and Kuro as the names, and in CIS it was specifically Solo, FNG, and Sioma. Like they would have teams, and a big part of that I think is just because there's so few people willing to lead. Like it sucks. I did it for a long time, and having to be that guy, like evaluating your teammates, bringing them on, it's just really just painful and thankless. So, respect to him for sticking with it for so long. Finally, big on a big organization, but also in the upper bracket. Yeah. This is the spot you want to be.
More to his point, it's always the hardest for FNG and Solo. They built their names, their brands, right? They made different squads work, and because of that, they can pick and choose players.
Yep.
But for Sioma, the Slayer, whatever,
you get the leftovers.
Yeah, he'd get the leftovers every time.
Do you see that movie? Form on Netflix?
I didn't actually.
Okay, it's just a representative. It's about
I did. The Spanish movie, right? Yeah,
Puppy and Crow up top. Level 1,
elevator.
Level 2.
Yeah.
What do I want? I'll take the souffle, whatever. Sioma was down like level 50. It's murky down there.
Sioma is in Twitch chat spamming support tier 3 Dota.
Oh, he's just looking for the pub games go LF in the names.
I just want to mention one more dude now that we're mentioning CIS captains. That's Screen and
Screen Squad.
Screen Squads. 9,999 Screen Squads.
This isn't meant as an insult at all. Like the amount of tenacity you need to just keep grinding, even though when you go up against these teams in these qualifier finals, they have better players than you do. 9 times out of 10, because they're getting from the 1 to 25 top MMRs. You're in the 100.
But for me, even that isn't the problem. For me, that's not as disheartening as the fact that if you do find a player that's going to make a difference, he's just going to get poached after or 2, and that's it. That's even worse.
GPK effect.
Yes, exactly. And we got a draft underway. So the big bans here: Secret bans out the Death Prophet. Even though NAVI have yet to win a game with Death Prophet in this tournament, they picked 3 times, and I'm looking to see them put Magical on their win condition. That's the big key for me if NAVI are taking the game. They've got really good success over their history with his TA. They've won both games. They picked Shadow Fiend so far. This is the sort of hero on Magical play.
Look, when Magical came into NAVI, every single team that was playing against them would ban out his heroes.
Yeah.
And all they would need is 2 or 3 bans to do so, because he's known for having very limited hero pool. He has evolved a little bit, improved, and spread out across the hero pool a little bit better. But still, if he gets those few heroes that he really strives on, he might just be the condition. The TAs, the storms that come to your mind instantly.
We saw Liquid play the Mars hero quite a bit. I think it's kind of interesting because it's not exactly the most complicated hero, but it feels like the teams that really like Mars enough to just pick it first too, whenever available, utilize it better than other squads. I don't know what it is really. It's probably just because it's arguably the best at finding an advantageous fight. Like blink in Arena Spears. Pretty much GG for an engagement.
And there's so much setup as well with the Rubik now. You have the lift into the spear as well. You even have to itemize. You just gotta
stop.
But actually, when they faced the last time Secret versus NAVI, it was the ESL one, and NAVI was playing the Mars. I think both of those games, and they would combo it with something like a Snapfire, right, for that maximum AOE plus arena damage. Now they go for the Riki. This is. In this tournament, for me, this is probably the most common thing. One team picks up Mars, the other team answers with the Riki Maru to be able to dodge those spears, blink on him.
I like it a lot more than what Riki picked up against Bristleback. It's like, guys, I don't think that works like it does. But, Mars obviously only blocking from the front. Riki's going to hit him from the back. And it's really good at hunting the Yaps Rubik, too. And this is another thing that I see is not... And this is why I like the TA for them. I like the SF, these assassin heroes, to kill Yapzor. You cannot let this guy farm up in Aetherlands and just casually sit in the back of a fight spamming spells. You're going to lose. So I want to see them have that ability to hunt down this duo.
And it's so good versus the arena.
Yeah,
right? It's one of those cores that really doesn't care about the arena. As long as he's not pinned to the wall, you have your blink, you have tricks of the trade.
It's a really good point, because it's back in, remember, like NA Dota, where people used to just first 2 clock all the time. Shout out to Ix. Like, the big key was just to make sure you don't have a couple of cores. It's similar to Bat Rider. You want to be in a scenario where Bat can't just own 2 of your cores in lane. You just, operating from a disadvantage. If you have multiple cores that can ignore arena, you limit the effectiveness of as an area, like as a control, and now it's just the spear combo that you've got to worry about. And it's really nice to have that freedom. And Pangolier, you bounce off of the walls, right?
No.
You just ride them through like it's nothing because magic immunity.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
I knew that.
Yeah,
I knew that.
Good
job, Killer Pigeon.
Grimstroke ban from Team Secret
one out
is
of 100.
interesting to me though, because they could have went for that. The Rubik plus Grimstroke isn't that bad together. Grimstroke could be played as a 5, and you would have a decent counter to the Pangolier as well. Ricky kind of suffers from leashes too, so it would have been good for them, but instead they ban it out. Plus, I don't even mind the Rubik versus Grimstroke overall in the game. I think when you have that Grimstroke versus you, the stealing any spell feels so good. But this is back to Secret 101.
Yeah, they fell in the pool.
Yeah, this is just Puppy Chen, man.
Yeah.
Like,
and it's so good against Riki, right? Because the trick to the trade can just, you'll have 5 creeps, you'll ignore him, 4 if he doesn't go HOD.
you know why as well? Because of the Hand of God and the mech and the sustain. You're talking about these assassins versus Yapzor.
Yep.
Now Yapzor is free to do whatever he wants. You have multiple saves coming from your 5.
Yep. I mean, you look, I don't know how to explain it, but you look at these heroes, and I'm not a big fan of this Lich, to be honest, because I see these creep armies coming through and just rolling over Navi right now.
You can also see the reason, right? With the Riki in the laning stage, you have the armor, with the blink, you have a lot of nukes.
Was Grimstroke banned?
Yeah,
they banned
actually,
it. Okay. So that's it's a really prescient ban from Puppy there, because the Grimstroke sort of activates the Riki, and what we're saying is the big weakness of this Navi lineup. Suddenly, maybe you can shift the status quo because Riki can just now, boom, you hop on Chen, you're just killing him off.
And it's much better versus the Chen as well.
Yeah.
Like, versus the creeps overall.
Exactly. And Lich it's the same concept, but just worse. And Grimstroke is shifted like 9-to-1 offense. Lich is more 50-50, but having more defense against a Chen army doesn't really help you because you're never able to threaten it offensively. And this Bloodseeker, not a huge fan of it against Riki.
It's not about Riki, right? It's versus the Pango for the Rolling Thunder, but then again, yeah, not a huge fan as well. You do have the Thirst versus Riki, so he can't really play around with his low HP. If he gets low, that is.
You can also just buy a Blade Mail and just run at him, to be fair. I've seen the Seb build as well, was really nice.
Recently, someone did that on Pango too. Just built a Blade Mail versus Bloodseeker. And
if I'm going down, you'll come with me.
You just Blade Mail and you roll away.
God, I love that. I love Dota. There we go.
Overall, I have to admit, like, Bloodseeker did fall really short in the last couple of games. Seb, though, versus that Ursa in the lane with the Orb of Venom did super well. So maybe they can recreate that.
I really like this pick from Navi. I'm not sure I like their draft more, but it is a good answer to the Bloodseeker. You're a natural BKB buyer, and you can go toe-to-toe with them in that mid-game. And like from the research I did on Navi, they really looked the best in the game. Magical was on SF or TA. Yeah. And picking TA in this spot, it's pretty rough. I don't think Secret is gonna let you get away with that. Whereas SF now, you've got a Pangolier, you got some team fight. Not great synergy with Riki, but if you come out with that the new Riki Deso build after Diffusal, suddenly you represent like minus 12, 13 armor on like everybody, and that's pretty sick.
I think the thing I like about seeing the Riki here as well is Navi not just falling back to like these morphling type picks where they're going for that 4 protect 1, because as you said, Magical is popping. It feels like the entire team is popping.
It's also very interesting how picked the SF, right? Straight up. They didn't save him for last or anything like that. I guess they're thinking maybe SF will be banned out.
They're not last.
Yeah. I know, but still, do you think that Secret will ban out SF? You know, and why are you saving your last pick for Pushka?
I think that yes. I could see Secret banning SF here. It'd be like an SF for ban. But in theory, if you're second pick, and you've got the 4-5 selection, you just pick what's more likely to be banned. And you can't replace Shadow Fiend. You can't replace what I imagine will be either their offlaner or their 4 position based on where they want this Pango to go. But wait, it's isn't it always Pasha playing Pango for the most part?
Actually, it could be, but why would Secret ban out the Batrider then? That's also...
I mean...
They're expecting an offlane to be last pick. But yeah it's flexible. They can pick 4 or offlane. There you go.
All right.
That's definitely the
You don't want to see free CM
I mean, it was played for a short period of time, right? Crystal Maiden 3, but yeah, Sioma loves to play that Slayer.
It's a nice pick here, but I'm very curious to. This Rubik loves playing against CM. Like this is Yapsor's easy spell steal. Like both these supports have always such great abilities, and it's nice here because you can deal with the Chen, and it's gonna buff up your mid and your offlaner because both Pango and SF can now just turn mana into more creep kills. It just looks real squishy. This whole lineup, there's no one to take on that role of just walk up and hit stuff. Whereas on the side of Secret, both Bloodseeker and Mars can position themselves offensively, scouting with their bodies to acquire vision to set up engagements. You don't really have, you have Pangolier and Riki that both kind of want to play on the outskirts. Same with, it's really magical looking to frontline. So we've got to imagine he's going to go for that early BKB battle build. It's just real sketch right now for Navi.
What are we thinking for Secrets here? They need something versus DSF mid, right? That should be the case. I don't see Bloodseeker going there.
You could just TA yourselves.
Kunkka is also... down the phase.
Okay, good. Yeah, you got to get rid of it if you're going to take SF. I think Kunkka is the no-brainer, but they've got options. Could see them...
Okay.
All right.
Ooh. Some from them as well.
I'm a fan. So that's a really good pick in mid against SF. You're not really threatened by these supports, and sure, Riki with a diffusal might be able to take you out, but I really like the Secret lineup because they recognize the big timing for the SF Riki is like that second, third item when they would be able to stack Desto with SF BKB, and they're trying to kill towers and gain advantage before that comes online.
And also you have this hero that's able to jump in with the Chen creeps, right?
Yeah.
There's ever a gank on the SF with the Chen. It's very easy for Queen of Pain to follow up. That's what you want with these active 5s or 4s. Navi, they do have some strengths for themselves. Like he said, Frostbite is pretty decent versus Chen. It's not as good as it used to be. It doesn't kill off the creep immediately. Your burst damage on the offlane is pretty good too. The Pango plus the Crystal Maiden, you are able to take down quite a bit of that Bloodseeker.
I just see it as Secret have the answers. They're going to have advantage in effectively every single lane, and they're also the ones with power pressure. And if you look at the side of Navi, who's gonna buy no one's buying the mech, and no one's gonna be able to use Chen's AoE heal. So you've got like 500 extra health on all Secret's heroes, and they're gonna have an easier time taking towers, so there'll be an item or so ahead. It just, to me, is vintage Secret.
Yeah, and it looks much easier to execute. My only question is Bloodseeker and how well he'll be able to fit the game and perform.
It's Matumba man. I got no problem.
You can't have doubts about that. I'm having my doubts of you boys being Navi fans in this first game. Is it fair to say you're both in the Team Secret camp?
Yeah, it would take a real impressive performance from these two cores on Navi to take the game, and it's just so much harder for them because Secrets will have two heroes pressing lanes and quap off
look
map.
at Navi in their team fight, man. To start it off, you need the Pango with the Thunder somehow to get people on.
There's no stuff.
It sounds like you need Navi to bring quite the hype performance to believe in this game. We'll see if they can do that. We'll throw across to our hype duo. We've actually got Toby, Syndrome ready to take this one away.
Yes.
Okay, that's all it takes. Sure, maybe we could be a little bit more hyped about this if both of us had a little bit more faith in this Navi draft, but the panel didn't seem to really like it that much. That's what the few words we were exchanging here, it's kind of the same tune in the commentary box.
Yeah, we had a bit of our own talk here. We see some of the same problems. Like, in my mind, there's a couple of things this game that I'm a bit worried for Navi about. It's the fact that they don't have a clear-cut initiation plan or frontliner. Pango, to me, is always this kind of pseudo... He's like a follow-up, right? He doesn't really start your fight most of the time. Riki is awkward as an engage because he's fragile while engaging. He's not a tanky hero. And then your support duo is Crystal Maiden Lich, which I feel like is a little bit of the same thing, right? It's two ranged supports that play primarily on slow, but there's no catch, there's no frontline, no tankiness, no tank setups, unless you want to call Sinister Gaze that. So, I mean, that's a lot of negatives that I see for Navi. And what I see for Secret is, pretty well-rounded. They have good team for the Mars, they have a catch in Mars and Rubik, even Rupture can start a fight. And when they group up and get their healing and AoE items, just struggle to see Navi finding kills. Imagine Navi killing a lineup right now that has Hand of God, Mech, and a Pipe, which will come out, right? The Mars will get a Pipe, Chen will get a Mech.
It's also like the timing of it that Navi needs to actually fight against that. Like you talk about a Hand of God and Mech, just dealing with that. You need to have Ricky with damage-dealing items. You need to have Seth to be big. They're going to find those timings if the landing phase goes equal, because I think that's probably the best case scenario. Because I like the fact that Magicals actually let the tower come underneath, the wave underneath the mid-tier 1 against Nisha. I don't know if that was totally intentional, just let the go.
This is a very SF versus Quap is a pretty special lane where, considering that SF skills raises in the start, maybe you want to try to get the wave into tower in the hope that Quap will miss CS to the tower and you're deny, because you know you can realistically deny against him, right? He has 20 more damage than you in the start. It's largely relying on raises. So I don't know if that was on purpose or not, but either way, it looks like they're going to stabilize pretty easily here.
Yeah. Let's see how it works out. I want to see the influence of Poppy on Chen. It's always a pleasure to watch him play. And as he tracks couriers through the jungle, as you would expect, he's able to kill the first one. And Matumba's not too healthy either. There's enough 2 jumps available here for the Ricky. He's got time at Rise. Matumba just lets the blood ride out, and they have done enough damage. First blood goes to Crystallize, and that's exactly what Navi needed to get a good setup with this Ricky.
Just like, help!
I'm chasing couriers, man.
Yeah.
Then again, with Divine Favor level 1.
He lost first blood. I mean, that's the great for Navi up here. Bit surprised. I mean, it's tricky, right? Because if Matu doesn't play...
Pasha? Oh, that's gonna hurt. He just had a self-cancel out. Yapsil's nearby. There's not much for side of Zooms a Mango. He can some extra. Nice dodge from Pasha. Swashbuckle away. So Slayer cops the spear.
3 cells at the same time in the bot lane. Everybody's rolling in green.
For 10 seconds.
Wow. Slayer was actually gonna Mango straight over them there. I think he could have stopped 2 cells halfway, but held on to them. I think that was a lot of value to get there anyway. Yeah, this top first blood, it might look super awkward, but I think in order for Puppy to have a chance at carriers here, Matsu needs to play like the Chen is nearby, right? If he plays super passive, it becomes really obvious that what Chen is doing is hunting couriers. So it's understandable, but it obviously sucks a bit for him to just be completely stranded. If Chen is there helping him, they can't get that kill. Bottom lane, Slayer will die.
Very much underneath the tier 1 tower. I should much more, at least be able to get the disarm on Zai. In fact, maybe you can even kill off Zai. 2 attacks with Orb of Venom and Zai can't get back to the tier 1 tower.
That's a good trade. Support.
Really?
The support will bring back regen. That Pasha drops. Looks like a magic wand for now only. I don't know if 4 Tangos is going to cut it here. Maybe okay, he had his courier flying out as well with extra regen. Yep, he's fine.
And Pasha is a one lucky man. Always hitting the shot.
The lane we haven't talked too much about since the start is this mid lane where Magical is kind of taking a beating. Quap is what? Yeah.
He had a chance to survive with his wand. He'll end up living. Still very, very close with the outside, just waiting at his level 2 bolt.
I want to say this Quap versus matchup has had like different phases over the years where a while back it was Quap favored, Shadow favored for quite a while. And now Queen of Pain is maybe in a spot again where we can win this lane reliably. Just multiple buffs over time, the change to couriers, the rune spawning at 4 minutes. Because Shadow Fiend has superior wave clear at level 3. So when the runes were spawning earlier or were more accessible, it would be easier for Shadow Fiend, then maybe you could get a bot. He's actually going Soul Ring.
Yeah.
Is that normal? Too many Shadow Fiend games?
And now with an Invis rune, Nisha, quick blink away. But
he even has Maiden Aura. He doesn't want to go down on mana, so he won't. But I give this a doubt.
Soul Ring and bottle, like built with something else. Matumba's gonna get back to safety as Lions looking to dive with a level 1 for shield. Pain's watching this stack of the SF very closely. Nisha actually blinked over before during the laning phase just to have a quick round, and he's going to steal that 5-minute rune. Normally the one that is taken by the mid laner on dire side.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Makes it a 3-1 trade.
And is it a 3-1? Yeah, it is, actually. Puppet managed to get the top one with being contested by the Lich. And something to keep in mind here, right, is if the Queen and Mars keep playing as aggressively in their lanes as they have so far, Matu is going to have a great time top. It's always the X factor when you're playing with Bloodseeker, is to have high lane pressure heroes. And Secret have definitely drafted in a way that sets up Bloodseeker for success. So you're going to see every time Lion Yaps can do it, they're going to land their spell combo bot. They don't necessarily care if they get the kill or not. Not killing a hero is also good. And it looks though. Time.
They can claim
trading though.
Done on Slayer, and that's gonna be Zai getting the kill. Actually, Pushka gets the kill on Damsel first, but it doesn't matter when it's 1-1 trade-off. You also managed to get Poppy to TB all the way out of the top lane. Just went on by the Liches and the Ricky and realized there's just no way he can stand on this line. And well, now Matumba, they're gonna lose his courier as well. Try and battle against the Lich. Is there another blast? Already burnt the man previously, so he's gonna be more to give, but that doesn't stop the Ricky from jumping himself forward on the back of the blink strike. Yamso's got his own little bit of controlled time to crystallize. He can stay outside the block. Matumba really sped up to 480 move speed.
That really starts, right? And the move speed starts to really matter. Well, he is taking a lot of damage every time he uses Blood Rage.
And he is.
He will be okay.
Back up, Sal. Probably keeping a close eye on Magical. Yeah, no stacks that can be prepared by the SF easily. But he's now leaving the bot by himself. Smart. The lowest was when it worth.
Yeah. Pushing him really hard. I've identified, obviously, this rotation from Yapsor allows them to play as aggressive as they want.
Oh, that jump. Nisha. Okay. Yes, I'm just going to TP out our carriers.
Oops.
Just came underneath the tower. That wasn't part of the plan. But as go all the way back. It's still not that bad if Magic can catch up with the jungle. But Rookie's already gone that way. Same as the Lich. It's so hard for Rookie to find a kill on the top lane now. You've got the Oak Frost Mage control Poppy, you've got the Purge from Punisher as well. There's just not enough damage output from Crystallize. He just has to keep farming to defuse it.
Such good creep lineup for Puppy to have. The Ice Armor against the Rika, like you said, and the Banisher just remove Frost Shield. So,
wow, that's not a great
potential.
Shields up from Lich. He might have enough damage. No, the pickup from Yapsor. It throws Magical away. He need another 2 attacks anyway, but Slayer under the cover of this, maybe he can do the work. He'll have a Frost Blast uphill to see Nisha before he TP's out. But had no information to do so. So the TP completes. And Poppy is looking for his own pickoff. Trying to find Magical in the retreat back. The Magical was gone, so he's gone jungle. And Nisha hunting through the mid lane too.
Instantly gets summoned back by Puppy. One of the big benefits to having this Chen. It doesn't really feel bad for him to take to base like that after avoiding a gank. Like, you know, you're gonna basically just get a free refill. Back to the aggressive plays. Once again, the beneficiary of the map is a ton that just every time. Even the Shadowfiend didn't die. He had a lot of safety there. Oh, good function from Pasha.
Yeah, jumps away.
Optimistic, to be honest. Ango obviously with a really quick cast animation on that escape. Never hit it if you don't try. So Zai tests Pasha there, but Pasha is ready.
And Crystallize is getting a lot of money. No deaths to his team, able to get the kill up on top lane as well. Things seems to be going slowly. No heavy early game advantage in favor of Team Secret. All 3 cores of NAVI are getting money. First main's doing her job. Just give Aura. That's it. Don't die, give Aura.
Yeah, but is that good enough for position 4 though?
Probably not when she's now going to die and actually break those. Slayer trying make a break for the tree line. Can someone please 90? Nope, fail. Gonna be there from the Rubik.
Yep, Sora's gonna...
Sai actually gets killed by Crystallize in the meantime. Crystallize still having his own little bit of a battle against Bloodseeker. Everyone's a little bit low. To get your buff ups from the outpost. And back underneath the town, Matumba will go. Crystallize. Really playing life on the edge against this Bloodseeker. He doesn't even have Diffuser Blade yet. Strong enough to take the fight, or at least the harassment. Yapzor can feel strong enough to die to the two supports. Pick up the throw down. Matumba actually goes down the sides, and Yapzor pulled with the Sinister Gaze. His rotation can't help out either. At least Nish's rotation down to bottom lane ensure the Crystallize did go down, so there was some kind of answer back from Team Secret.
Killing spree he ended alone, 1v1. So get a nice 350 gold for that on Nisha. Actually surprised to see Crystallize got 317 for on the fire kill, but still good value for both teams overall. Now, the macro stuff we need to look out for in this game is that Secret are starting to hit their levels on their supports. They want to start pushing towers. Chen, that's dead.
Yep. He's gonna go into Rolling Thunder. The spear from Zai pushes him away. It's definitely dead. Swashbuckle stolen by Rubik. I suppose the upside is your SF remains alive and goes back into the jungle to farm.
But
Tier 1 tower is lost.
Yes, that's the problem. It's really dangerous for this lineup to lose ground. There's some lineups that deal better losing map control, but I think the type of lineup that I really don't want to play when I lose my towers is one that doesn't have easy means of initiation, like where you can find a fight of your own and then push it back out at a counter tower. And that's what Navi will deal with. They really need to not lose this mid tower.
Mars gonna rotate around the back. Lich might be caught on the edge of this magical. He's in the tree line. The smoke broke on Zai. There's no observable on the hillside. Not anymore, at least.
Pretty obvious rotation. So Magical will position himself well. He knows the top tower just fell. He doesn't see anyone but Matumba. So where else would they have gone than to do a snipe hit? So just play on the bottom right side and not get jumped. Good awareness.
Meanwhile, SF gets a lot of sacks to farm up. Got a triple ancient stack ready to go. Crystallize takes out the tier 1 tower on bottom lane. I should say the catapult does. Crystallize didn't get the last hit. That's such a heavy commitment from Secret now on the top lane. All 5 heroes have gathered, looking for what? Hiding over in the tree lines. Nietzsche can't find him, so Poppy sends in his creep. No, pulls it back.
Yeah,
this push is not working. It really is.
Also very uncharacteristic to see that from Secret, to be honest. I think they're one of the teams that does the best job at not over-rotating for things, whether it's defense or offense. This play doesn't really exist in my mind. Like, if they want to get that tower, you bring 5 heroes, but it's just a bad spot against Tango because he has the tree line to advantage. And if you position yourself aggressively like that, the enemy team gets free compensation for having weak initiation because you're placing your hero who can jump you. So you're actually a safer play, honestly, would be to 5 the mid tower. I think that would be easier to get right now just because of and how you could ward over there. Also, you know, another, what is it, 700 health than a tier 1? It's almost twice as tanky. It's way harder to bring down. Navi took pretty good advantage of that by just hitting some creeps. Building up.
We're back to just looking at the jungle. At least in this game, we're going to have no issue with people picking up neutral items. He's almost finished Diffusal. For me, it's going to be the fun time to see Crystallize in fights.
Yeah. That'll be a big help. I wonder who he's going to prioritize targeting, if it'll be the Queen or the Rubik.
Well, Queen? Because she went for the Orchid, so there's no defensive way of getting around. Going for Dominator, so it's leaving the mech into Hand of God.
It's a bit surprising, actually, that he didn't go. And Zai's getting Vlad's first. That's pretty standard. Probably going to transition into the pipe after, I would imagine. But it's also possible that they are not playing for that timing, but they want to play and then get ours as well as all 3 of them. Because again, if you look at the dire lineup, they have issues against BKBs.
Yeah. Matumba's already building into it. Like, he actually stopped at just the casual Usher and then going into the BKB. Keep the farm rate up. It feels like we may as well just grab ourselves a beverage. We've got some time. And we need critical items before anything happens.
Puppy gets his Dawn now. Is he gonna take?
Just information from Na'Vi. This observer was planted down. It was planted to watch the tier 2 tower, but it's being Niche's farm pattern and allows Crystallize to move in and out. So there's a lot of information on the southern side of the map for Na'Vi, where Crystallize can play like he's an anti-mage. Just keep bottom lane, keep the jungle whenever you want it, freeze up the SF to continue to farm up this Trinity little area, and even gives space for Pango to farm underneath the Radiant Observer wall. So is also bringing his net worth back up again, and everyone's still pretty even. The only one who's kind of losing out is, well, Ilias, the Lich. He doesn't really get anything, and he's probably the difference in the net worth between Na'Vi and Secret. It looks like finally Secret's going to do something about it.
He's not really going to scale either.
No, he's not.
That's
not without a
one
great
thing that
cross.
Yeah, that's all.
And here's your mid fight. Bloodseeker's not here. Ricky's not here. Ricky is moving in, but he's only one call away. This creep wave has such a hard time staying alive.
Secret were just waiting for the siege creep wave. Actually, they were very patient with going for this mid, and it helped them a decent amount. They almost the tower, and they're still finding slightly farm than Na'Vi, and like you said, the big difference is supports, right? It's the fact that Chen and Rubik find farm naturally while they're moving around the map, and Lich doesn't. So over
one
time,
thing we know, like you get so much legwork out of your secret supports.
Yeah, for sure. But it's also indicative of the patched extent, right? If you've watched how Liquid have been drafting, they've been doing very well as well in the region as of late. Often picking both Taiga and Insania supports that find farm, whether it's Coddle or Grimstroke on the position 5, and whether it's something like Ver or Pango on position 4. They will get supports that have wave clear to take advantage of these lulls in gameplay to just build up.
As well, ensuring there's enough damage to get with the Magic 6 charges and the raindrop defense that was up and running.
That's just not good enough for Navi though, right? Like, you just lost 2 towers and a hero for nothing.
Look at the your experience swings the other way, and Secret.
Yeah, you gotta fight it sometime soon. Just Secret whatever they want. Like, you gotta play your Pango Blink plus Ricky Diffusal. Maybe the overall play call is you need to wait for Shadow B, but that has proven to be pretty expensive now. I don't really agree with that choice of delaying that long without your towers, because sure you get this BKB now, but the amount of map control Secret on that item. Like,
that BKB may be delayed. Magical's moving around inside the Radiant jungle. Secret now she's moving the opposite direction. They decided to walk over 3 wards, 2 sentries and observer that got planted by Navi. That definitely wasn't intended. Just typed up by Nisha for the bigs from Poppy. Sure.
Nicely done.
Obs. They see so much, and now Secret will put the advantage. Aegis Immortal on the Queen of Pain. They wanted to dive. They wanted to be aggressive. Bloodseeker's fine. He's actually not finished. Maybe probably want to protect the Queen. The 3-0 so far. So is this your trade-off? Magic pushes the tier 2 tower. Fortification from the Radiant side. Dire doesn't anymore. Back on the cooldown, but that's his BK. We have to use his money for it.
It's not even a trade-off. Secret can defend it if they want. Yeah, Magic is getting out of there. That's another tower that Secret just claimed with no contest. No contest from Navi.
It's just BKB. That's all they wanted. They wanted Magic to have BKB before he fought. Even just buying a BKB.
I like that.
It's nice. Like, maybe she had Philosopher. A little bit nicer too. It'll take some time for CM to get money. Alright, they smoke up, but they didn't see the second Radiant Observer ward. Crystal is just scouting out for the moment too. Defensive sentry, Nisha and Poppy both reveal themselves. That's a nice defense for the Secret can use from the north. This is going to turn out like there's no biting from Secret. I want to fight now. A blink dagger on Zai. Fresh back from the base, thanks to Chen.
Chen's close to mech as well. They could wait for that if they wanted to, but their timing right now is insane. They have 5k gold lead, Aegis.
Bit of bounty.
Yet? Maybe there's something.
Oh, Matt goes frontliner. At least you'll get one bounty rune. Back to the tier 1 tower, back to the away from the initiation, but Ricky found a target. It's a big pop to Queen of Pain, trying to get out of the screen, able to do so, but the push back, she gets controlled at the TP. Oh, you get brought up, but Jaeger's Mortal will bring it back up again. Chain Frost being used to clean up Puppy's creeps. That's the primary goal here, while Magical BKB TPs himself away to safety. And NAVI just get out. They don't have anything to do with this at all.
So that was their 10-second BKB and Rick and Aegis. It was a pretty good initiation though. Like Nisha blinked in, Orchided on the Pango, but and rotate or go to the right from Secret on one, and then they got the good rollout. But when you get ruptured by Mars, yeah, cool. When you get ruptured in this kind of fight, you have to TP out as Pango. You're gonna die if you don't. So yeah, you pop the Aegis, but Pango goes out of the fight, and Secret could very easily run. And then probably the biggest play there, Puppy with a beautiful 2-hero Centaur stomp from the back on the angle.
He didn't even lose any of it. He pulled his creeps down, so the Chain Frost, like everything went through his creeps in the hand of God. No damage, and they look to push the tier 1 tower up the bottom one.
Yeah, this is a bit risky. I actually don't think they should do it, because
Arena's down, Sonic Wave is down, but Queen of Pain's not even there. Pango and Slayer as she gets slow over on Puppy. This would be quite nice for him. Rubik steals the Nova, returns it over on 3 heroes. The Arena will go to work, but tricks the trade from Crystallize. Bounces himself back out after killing off Puppy. In fact, it was Magical who got the kill. They want to go for the next target, and they got the jump forward available, but supporter rise from Team Secret with a jump forward. Sonic Wave still, but Magical, he'll have to let this BKB go, but speed up against the wall. So much damage into him. Dory dropped down. The Rupture's out. Crystal Maiden will let it go, but Rubik will now let it go just as hard onto each other. Rubik will actually go down to Slayer and vice versa. But Tumberman is at full speed, and Navi, they're almost all dead. Lich barely. But mainly from Team Secret.
that was really nice spell layering there with... They almost precast the Bloodright on the Mars Spear. They knew exactly what they wanted to do, so they got to connect it during the stun, and the amount of damage that comes out that Queen of Pain is too much for Magical to sustain through. Shadow Queen is dead, this fight's over. Like, Navi already used some cooldowns to get the Chen. I just... Team have to try to disengage, but it's not easy to disengage against Bloodseeker, Quap, Rubik, just really strong catching heroes, so you gotta kind of find your ground, cast what you have with the Maiden. It was a decent freezing field, but you're seeing problems here for Navi in the game, I think, that they had to fight earlier than they did, and now they're kind of paying the price. Oh, Pasha might be in trouble too.
He's trying to get away. The spear able to grab him. He's got Rolling Thunder. He'll have to let it out straight away before the Bloodright can connect, but oh no! Oh no!
What would you like to die? Do you want to die from the silence or from the rupture? Pick your poison.
Die from blood loss. And Team Secret now remove the remaining tower on the map. It still doesn't feel like they got anything to properly fight with. I just don't get what the supports are meant to be able to compared to what Secret is able to enable with their supports. Now they come up high ground. Queen of Pain even, yep, don't care, just blink yourself forward into the tier 3 tower. The frost shields are up. But a lot of heroes who are missing. They even get the fortification before it's to clean up most of the creep wave. Not that, that will matter, Magical will come over.
They will force the glyph and force quite a few Navi heroes back to base just by threatening here. And what Secret do with this is when you force the enemy team to defend as Radiant, you can start crossing the entire map and take Roche control now and ward it, because you know you're not going to run into many enemy heroes if you do it fast. It doesn't look like they're doing it too quickly, but already TP'd Mat to top at least to shove that out, and then we might see a smoke in the near future where they try to get some vision out and up for their own Roshan. As Maiden was showing bottom, she has to push that wave out. It's too dangerous. Shadowfish is showing mid. This gives Secret ample opportunity to get something done. Yep. This kill is not happening.
They're trying to set it up.
It's just not happening.
You're right. You can't even chain stun him. He's not near like multiple cliffs. The team secret smokes. They're gonna catch out the Lich. He's in middle lane. Yep, forward into the Orchid. That's gonna be a call over on Lich. Meanwhile, up on the top lane, they're starting on Matamba. BKB, that's fine. Second one, bit burnt. The same with the Rolling Thunder. They can clean the wave out, but then you gotta get the hell out of here. The bounty runes. They start to look better for Team Secret. They'll get 3 out of them, and they'll get the kill on the Crystal Maiden. So a second passive support from Na'Vi will die in the trees side. That's a wide ball.
Back to javelin practice, I think. That actually reminds me of my javelin throw in elementary school. Actually, it flew a lot further than what I did.
I'm about to say, like, how much power did you actually have?
I've really never been good at throwing.
Not javelins.
Throw a ball pretty well, but not Dota and not javelins. So.
Another courier sniped off, kind of revealing the fact that Magical's just farming a Daedalus in the. Just feels like Navi is just playing for the one Hallelujah fight they have inside their own base that will change.
Win Dota most of the time.
Well, I'm not saying it's a winning strategy. I'm just saying it looks like a strategy.
It is true though. It is really what it looks like. They've been struggling to find opportunities. Talking a lot about Navi's inability, but it's obviously largely down to just Secret's really good job at pushing waves and grouping up when they're strong. Really around the chin plus pain timings in this game. Zai
that was so close for Zai, and then just pull back up the chin. That was just on the edge of the radius of dust. All they're doing is farming, Na'Vi. Like anywhere else on the map they can be, it is where Na'Vi is not. Crystalline is always playing the side lane. He's looking to complete up his Manta style, so at least there's no silence control on him.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
When's the next
Tango gets the Yule? Okay.
At 20. It's clear that this is the game plan. We know we're winning, we're gaining. Can wait for the next Aegis, get Aegis and Cheese plus the Queen Pink Courier respawn for the Shiva's Guard. And then possibly look to high ground. It's not even a requirement. Like, if you just dominate in map control, you will always have the extra hero. Okay, Queen of Pain onto Ricky.
Yeah, looking for the kill, and they've got him. Dead for 50 seconds. A buyback force would be huge. And it's time for that repair kit of Na'Vi to get back to base and get to work. The tier 3 towers are being hit down, and Nisha needs a quick moment. So the Lich is TPing back. Is Magical ready to come back yet? He's still a little bit short, another 500 gold, and he actually has the Daedalus ready to fight. Where's that repair kit? Has it come out yet?
Do they have one?
Yeah, both sides picked up a repair kit. But it's not in anyone's inventory yet for the Dire side.
That's not good.
No, especially when Crystal Maiden gets picked up, thrown back down again. That Fated Brooch won't be able to protect you.
What's going on?
It's a very good question, Sin. That's why I normally ask an analyst that. But a melee Rax is just being wrecked apart. There's no contest with this.
Kind of TP than I am, so I figured you could tell me. This looks like something you might have experienced.
This is 3K, is what you're trying to say, in the nicest possible way.
No boy.
Entire mid Rax is being locked. And I'm uncertain what you're waiting for.
It feels a bit desperate. Like, as funny as it is to point out this TP being, too far forward, you can just smell the frustration, right? Like, when making TPs right behind the barracks, it's like, guys, we've got to defend. Like, let's do something. And they're just letting Secret take it. And I'm not saying they're favored in this fight. I don't think they are. But if you have even a 10% chance of defending these barracks and taking a good fight, instead of just losing them and Roche for free, I think you need to play for the minor chance that you win this fight and get back in the game. Because the alternative is just hemorrhaging over and over and over again until you don't even have 1% left.
Yeah,
and that's really what it feels like. You're just missing this hunger from try to win the game. I just want to see them try, even if they lose.
It's like if they turn up, they'll get the signing session, and then it's all worthwhile, right? Now Team Secret are signing their names on the Na'Vi towers. The tier 3 tower to be brought down. TP are now coming in, which putting on that frost shield. I'm still not seeing the repair kit in anyone's inventory. A BKB to the Crystal Maiden, so...
Oh, okay.
Oh, yay.
Oh, it's pretty good. There's no counter to it, this game. There's no BKB piercing stun, but he doesn't have positioning items, so he can't BKB ulti yet. It is queued up, but will take a while for...
He's going to lose both 30-minute outposts. This is why Puppy T down to the bottom. Like, Na'Vi thought the should keep on coming in. A blink forward from Nisha. This is the best opportunity that Na'Vi has had in a very long time to find a kill. But then in Green Pain, BKB still has blink available. Crystal Maiden is not a healthy girl. She's got BKB. For any kind of defense if they want to plan it, but they don't even take the bounty rune. It's just a walk away here from Na'Vi. Meanwhile, an orb of destruction to be picked up. That's nice for Bloodseeker, who's got cheese, BKB, and Basher. Almost completed up a butterfly. There's a lot of half items here from Matumba.
Oh, he's having a classic Matu problem.
Wait, Chris, oh, too many items, enough slots?
This happens to Matu. It's a Matu thing. To me, this is the Matu play. You farm a neutral camp, you full backpack, and then you full out panic and don't loot the item. Did you see that clip a while back? Neutral item dropped. He was like, oh my god, that was an orb of destruction something. Runs back to loot it, gets killed, and I don't remember if he had buyback or something or lost the game or whatever off it, but there was...
I'll need to look back up again and refresh my memory.
That this just happens more to Matu than other players. So clean up your backpack. That's what you gotta do.
The clarity, but he actually needs that too.
Yeah.
His mana regen is pretty poor. Movement out here from Na'Vi. Smoke gank up. Yapsaw gonna be it's a real silence, but then it's just gonna BKB it and Slayer BKB, and he'll let his own ults go off. Rubik cops a lot of damage from that inside the ghost, but he still ends up able to seal the freezing field. Can't get it off, however. Crystallize will be there, but he's also ruptured. He needs a TP right now for the Basher. Matumba just stays on top of him. A quick trick to the trade. Maybe they're gonna return damage. No, Matumba has got G. Crystallize, he walked the last inch to actually die to the Bloodseeker. Pangolier is a good swashbuckle away, then blink to safety. Queen Pain wants to stick with them. Pango's got another swashbuckle in 1 second time, and this is rough. Oh, he's trying to play out juke it, but he's in range. The Scream will be able to connect. And now out to the mid. Oz? There's no racks, there's no tower, so you feel pretty confident. There's also not a lot of other heroes from Na'Vi.
As soon as Yapsaw spawns, there will be 20 seconds on the summit from Chen, so Secret will not be not at full power here. Oh, he has boots of travel. I forgot. Never mind. Yapsaw. He has.
He's always got money. Oh, they've already got the kill as well. Nisha claiming Ilias's life. And Teddy now has to BKB, or else that Blood Right's going to destroy him. Still haven't seen a Requiem of Assault, which I don't think at all. And maybe they have to let one go out now. Under the Arena of Puppy, you break the Aegis Immortal on the Queen of Pain, but what is he going to break? Well, you break Na'Vi's back. They're pinned down. SF's dead. No buybacks either of the claws. And that is GG. We're waiting for something. That just seemed victory of Game 1 for Secret. What's that something?
Double kill.
Yeah, that felt so simple for Secret. I want to see Navi in the second game take some more initiative and be more aggressive, draft something that can fight into Secret, or if you can't fight like this, then pick something of your own that has a little bit more perspective, I would say, as the game goes later.
laning phase against 2 magic damage supports so that we don't die. Like, just if you do all the basics just on autopilot, it's so easy then to game plan and hit these timings so fluidly so the smoke moves and the wards are right.
Do you think that it was a case of also, like, if you compare those support duos, right? Like, Secret had a bit of a backup plan, right? Things went a bit awry. They have someone who can shove out lanes, who can still be present in some way in the game, whereas CM Lich felt like Na'Vi saying, we need to win the lanes.
I don't know what they were thinking with those 2 supports. Yeah, like CM is your go hero, I guess, versus the Chen, right? With the laning stage. And Lich is also your next best thing after Grimstroke has been banned out with the Ricky. And I think got caught a little bit too much in this idea that they didn't really think about how this whole draft will synergize together.
It's also because you have this concern with this aggro tri-lane that comes out, but it's like a pseudo tri-lane. So the Chen Rubik will naturally out-level the support duo, which just makes the CM Lich, or already in a rough spot in this game, feel just mega useless. Because now there's a level 10 Quap, and your supports are like level 5. So they're just fodder. And then late game, you have an Orchid up on Quap. Anytime you're found alone, you're just dead. So you can't push the lane.
I love this, by the way. If you ask me one hero that they needed to ban out, that's Chen.
Yes.
Like, okay, Shake Your Void Spirit, sure, but Chen, you need to ban it out. It's in Puppy's hands. He will outplay you. It's just the movements on the map.
We talked about it in the OG Secret series, remember? It's like, okay, Shaker, Chen, Ench, Furion. We're going to see these heroes banned or picked. And in the opening, 3 of the 4 get picked. You can't give Secret these heroes like Chen, because this is what you said. Think about all what you can do. We've seen No-Tail do the same with, say, as Enchantress or as Furion. If they're not influencing a lane, they can stack 4 camps in the jungle. Chen, also, quick note, I really like Magical Soul Ring on Shadow Fiend. I think that makes a lot of sense because every usage represents 2 nukes. It's also good for the regen against Quap and lane. So in theory, if you use it to double nuke 4 times, it kind of pays for itself. It's a creep wave.
But
is it worth it with the Crystal Maiden as well in the team?
I think it's for the latent strength and the health regen was the main thing. But anyway, Chen, you give Quap a free trip back to base every 2 minutes or so. You give your allies auras. You provide heal and regen in the lane. So you just make everything your team is doing just a bit better. And again, it adds to it's this concept of macro, where Secret are going to get more out of the map every minute that goes by just because of the way their heroes can be utilized. So ban the Chen. That's what I'm trying to say.
They banned the Chen. Pango has been picked up by Navi once again. All right, sure. But Grimstroke is still in the pool. And now the question is, will Secret just grab that?
Yes.
Like, get Grimstroke +1. Grimstroke Mars, perhaps, even is a solid opening for them. I'm not sure. I think Mars wasn't banned out.
We at least won't see Na'Vi open the same way. The Ricky did get banned out in the first phase by Secret.
And if Navi will play this Pango, I'm fine with that. The Pango is a strong hero right now, but you need to combo him with something different, some other form of initiation. I hate it when the only reliable stun on your team is that Rolling Thunder. The only thing you can do is counter-initiate. It's the only thing. Like, you cannot make any plays. We're asking why they're not making any plays. We're praising Secret for all their movements across the map, but Navi, it's as simple as this. They had no way starting the fight.
Remember the interview we did with DM yesterday? It was pretty basic. He's like, if you can initiate, it's good. If you have stuns, it's good. If you can't, it's bad. You know, there's no real way for Na'Vi to make plays. As you say, think of Pango and the way you want to participate in an engagement like Tidehunter. Obviously, the cooldown's a lot smaller on Rolling Thunder, but you know, Tide doesn't want to just walk in and just ravage. And it's like, hey guys, you might ravage, you might ravage. You want some other stun, somebody to lead in, like an Ember Spirit, and then you threaten the ravage by just being there. So you can always, it's like, okay, do you want to ditch this guy and I don't have to use this, or do you want to try and fight us?
It's your insurance policy, right? Like, you know, if they double it, then you cash out and all of a sudden it's 2 free kills.
And this was banned out by Navi in the previous game, and now they just give it up. And
look, once again, they have these 2 heroes that are very capable of out pushing as well.
Hit me with the Nyx Assassin.
Yeah, because that's the thing. Like, they have revealed both their supports in the opening phase, right? So Navi have flexed to this a little.
Yeah, and I also note that when the Chen got banned out by Navi, Riki was banned by Secret. So
yes.
And I think watching how Puppey played in the laning phase, that was really their answer. So not surprising to see that.
He did fail Matumba Man a little bit there in the first blood situation. He went away zooming, hunting couriers, so Matu fell, but not a big deal.
God, not this again. They've picked this hero. Navi have picked Witch Doctor 8 times in this tournament. They are 2-6.
What's up with their love of picking these heroes with channeling abilities versus Rubik as well? Like,
but it just, I see Coddle and Rubik, and I think, okay, Bounty Hunter, Nyx Assassin, Riki. Riki's banned, of course, but, you know, this to me is just the dream scenario to pick up a formidable 4 that can just absorb damage from 2 supports that don't really have any and hunt them. And instead you go for the reverse of, okay, we'll pick something to just kind of wait in the back.
Right, they did have a really good game with that Witch Doctor once he kind of carried them.
Also, in fairness, they've still got room for a 4, right? Like Witch Doctor probably 5. It could easily just be Pasha on the Pangolier again.
Dire team.
Sure. I still don't like it.
By the way,
You're just being a fussy child
Necro is banned out. Kotl is in the pool. Kotl is picked up. There's a Bristleback still that's not banned out.
Yeah,
even versus Maledict, you would have Kotl Bristle.
Didn't you just mention that combo and how, you know, it kind of simplifies your game plan?
Pretty good combination.
Something Versus Pro just played before, right? That Bristle by no one dominated the game. I don't really see Secret as the Bristleback picking kind of a team at the moment, but it definitely could fit if no one else is Mount style, right? He would play that.
There's a Mars as well. You could still just rock up. You got plenty of options. You can save your mid pick, maybe go for
there you go, the Mars again.
It just makes sense because it again fills in this concept. What was missing from the Navi lineup previously? They have these 2 squishy, really both pseudo 5s in the CM Lich. Well, where's the guy that can just walk at the enemy? Because inevitably you're going to be faced with a choke point or a smoke move. You need somebody just leading the charge. And Mars is so good at that.
It blocks the death ward ticks as well. Right?
Yeah, that's true.
If you use your arena properly. But also Riki has been banned out this game. So now you're missing that opportunity to pick a core, a position 1 that doesn't care about the arena. I guess PL or something like that is still an option.
I also like the point you're making around choke points, right? Because you can see that Navi, they kind of want those squashed up areas because you got a Pangolier, you want cask bouncers plus the Death Ward. Mars kind of invalidates all of that in one go.
Oh, it's just a good hero.
Yeah.
It's like Secret really, I don't want to say they draft safely, but they always end up with something solid. And a big part of it is because, once again, they make sure to pay respect to the simple concepts of Dota, you know, have the ability to push waves, have strong team fight, have stuns, have something with scaling, have something that can get auras. It's just pretty standard stuff. The Disruptor is one of the Navi's best heroes. I think they're 4-1 with it. It's definitely better for their style of play, but once again, you have the scenario where your supports are effectively all about amplifying aggression and, you know, winning more. But if you fall behind,
they didn't change anything. When it comes to the play style that they will have, they didn't change much. All right, Disruptor can kind of start the game with a solid glimpse, kind of start the fight with a solid glimpse, but you again have these 2 supports that are pretty weak when it comes to out-pushing waves without showing, and overall are just squishy and constantly on the outskirts of the fights. So if these last 2 heroes, which are their mid and carry, and they have to make sure that they can start a fight, that they can initiate, that they can start things off, because I just don't trust Pango like the perfect hero to do that.
This is just, you know, right on brand. You have a natural, so already PA, you're going to have double dagger possibilities because of the synergy with the Coddle.
You have reach as well.
And you're playing against 2 supports that hate being jumped. So you pick a card carry that just jumps on top of them.
I was actually thinking PA or Spectre for something like that would be pretty sick.
Is it me or is this looking a bit slow from Navi now? Like that's not really your front liner per se that we were just talking about.
At least you have some semblance of a win condition. And it's necessary to pick something that can kill Rubik and Coddle. You need to hunt the duo. It's just Morph is I just don't know. The lane top is going to be real tough to deal with. Witch Doctor Morph thing is pretty formidable, but it's just to
Do you think this is Witch Doctor 5 then, or Disruptor 5? It doesn't really matter. Both lanes are very strong. Disruptor, Morphling, Witch Doctor, Morphling. For Mars, that's not easy to play on at all.
Is there a... Yeah, Void Spirit, Ember Spirit both banned out. So you can have like that Dream Vessel Buyer still available for Secret. But you got to imagine it's just last pick Nisha hero.
Yeah,
Kunkka looks great here, like, as always.
Amazing. You know what as well would be pretty good. Okay, that's for PA, right? For the break, that's why they ban it out.
And for Mars.
For Team Secret and for Mars, for Secret actually Meepo would be pretty sick again. Like they could go for
hell
that.
Yeah.
Like, it's a pretty decent Meepo game.
That's what I love about Liz. You get on a panel, he's always the first one for his Meepo radar.
It's all these cheese picks, like literally. I've lost so many games to them.
Totally
won quite a few as well, obviously, but lost way many more, trust me. So that last ban comes through, especially with the drafting order changes, right? Before you at least have 2 bans to cover yourself from cheese picks. Now you only have 1. You ban out the Bloodseeker and +1, and you're just more and more susceptible to these last picks.
So we're looking last pick for Navi and Magical. What do we see that can, like, boost this lineup, bring it online? Do we need something kind of safe and stable, like a DK type pick?
I think Kunkka DK are your really just only options, because it needs to be something that can just sort of accept damage from the PA, and preferably something that can face check high grounds and also have a stun attached if possible.
They get the pop.
This is a very squishy lineup from Navi.
It's very squishy. You can play around with Quap though.
Ultra aggressive, I think, is also a fair word to them, right?
You can play with that Quap. If you're playing Disruptor with an aggressive lineup, it can work out.
This last pick from Secret is obviously going to determine everything. I mean, I just the Kunkka DK.
The Kunkka is great. Yeah, DK is fantastic.
I like Kunkka more just because he can buy the vessel, and I think you really want to have one in this game. Navi, their success is predicated on a strong laning phase, specifically for their Quap Morph, and then good rotations. The downside of this draft is your only tower damage is to sit there and smack it. So you need to have map control obtained.
But look at their last ban. They ban out the lean, and okay, it's understandable. It's decent versus. Okay, Puck is also really good versus Quap.
That's also great against Pango.
Yeah, it's pretty good versus the Morphling as well. You have that burst damage early on. I love the Puck pick. I actually didn't expect them to play Puck. I haven't really seen too many Nisha games on Puck. Have you?
Neither have I.
Yeah, so that's going to be interesting.
Well, we have all 10 picks. Where do we sit on this one? Is this Navi pulling us to a game 3, or is just once again Team Secret ticking all the boxes?
I think it's more even than in the first game.
Definitely.
But with this last pick Puck, I think they have ways.
I think if they can snowball the lanes, they'll be in a good position. Secret's team fight is just my X factor. You've got 3 different methods of huge AoE control: the Arena, the Coil, and the Coddle ult. Navi have Rolling Thunder, and that is not enough to beat Secret here. You're going to need more fights, again, because you don't have that natural. So Navi needs to somehow outfight Secret all game long, and that's just a tough ask for me, especially when you consider PA is likely the be-all end-all late game in this matchup. So I would have to lean Secret again.
Pounds leaning Secret. Definitely come up with something pretty aggressive, but it may have a few flaws in the plan, and we'll have to hope that they can force that third game, because so far it's been 2-0s here for the entire playoff. Let's see if things will change up as we head into game number 2.
Hey, we at least have the big advantage that Navi has a more active support lineup than game 1. Not a huge step forward, because game 1 was still game 1, but this at least looks a little bit better for them, and we got more to work with this game.
I agree 100%. I like Secret, but now we have a better chance in this game. I look at it the exact same way. Like I think, and I'm happy Kyle pointed out a lot of the stuff after game 1, because I think honestly I was probably harping a little bit too much on Navi's mistakes and not giving Secret enough credit for what they did in that first game. I think sometimes you can get a little bit too caught up in mistakes and not the, the great stuff that's going on. So in this second game though, yeah, support duo this time around will have more play potential, but once again, I don't know if I like this kind of Witch Doctor position 4, Disruptor position 5 thing. At least, like you said, it has more play potential. But there's some X factor about the 4 being a Rubik versus it being a Witch Doctor, right? You just know there's these potential moments of brilliance that have a tendency to just have higher impact in the game. And
it's like from the
right?
Fact that you can punish if Navi starts getting, if Queen of Pain does get aggressive. There's something that can punish Secret if they can be forced into a retreat. And Witch Doctor, we've seen a lot more power come out of him. That Death Ward combining with Maledict can give a lot of extra pressure. There's no Chen army to soak up the coconut this time around. And it's not as bad playing against a Rubik with the Witch Doctor because you just toggle your restoration. So you shouldn't give your Death Ward anyway.
Right, and this time around, another thing going the way of Navi compared to game 1 is their Pango will get to play his hero. He got ruptured more or less every fight last game and didn't really to have an impact. This time around, backing out the Bloodseeker allows Pasha to take more initiative and feel more confident about going in front. As long as he gets his ulti off, he knows he's more or less safe for the duration of it until PA gets, say, BKB, plus maybe a Basher or something like that. So it's way down the line of the game.
It's fun watching this from Zai. I don't know if you can see this. He's blocking the wave up, so it's going to come underneath the tower against Crystallize. And Yamso just let the whole thing go, so now they can get very much up in the face of this Morphling.
Oh, he needs to not lose this range creep. Oh, he got it. That is important for Crystallize. He got 2 CS there. It's not bad.
Now, next lane to watch will be the mid lane. Nisha actually went for Illusionary Orb to begin with. So Scream of Pain for the Queen of Pain. So no phase shift dodging, any kind of Shadow Strike, and I'm assuming that which like Magical even think about trying to go for that, like against the puck.
Yeah, I'm curious to see that too, because most of the times in the past, Quaps against pucks would actually just bypass it entirely and go 0, 2, 3, 1 on level 6. The problem with it is, I think Shadow Strike is too integral a part of your hero, even in early ganks and rotations. Like, it's such a big part of your hero to try to put this pressure. And seeing that Nisha went 1-1-0, which Magical knows because he just took both spells to the face, gives me the opportunity to get something back the other way by skipping Shadow Strikes. I like it here that he goes for it. But it's a valid point, though. You can bypass it in this lane if you want to. He's really trying to get it. He needs to be careful here. Nisha could have possibly turned on in there.
I think he was just hoping to get that second level up in Shadow Strike, which he did, like, into Nisha.
Yeah.
They both have the Observer Wards down, so they both have high ground vision of the mid lane. That was actually one of the reasons why Nisha used the orb to get down to the lane quickly. Pasha, number 1 CS on the board, up against Matumba. The panel was calling him the big win condition late game. We'll see how well he actually works in the laning phase. Keeping their distance over paralyzing task, unable to bounce. Maledict will connect, and in fact, Matumba, she jumped onto Slayer. Have they got enough damage just for that last point of the Maledict tick? And underneath the tower, yep, they do. Slayer, easy combination of 1-0-1, and they get the kill on the set flame Matumba.
I love that Navi are playing this aggressive. Oh, people almost got Slayer there, actually. They're playing very aggressively, and they're identifying that, Coddle PA right now don't pose much of a threat. So you can take the initiative. Pasha got a little bit too greedy there. That's going to cost him. He might even die.
Slayer's not around, so he can...
He's dead. Oh,
he is.
That's a bit uncharacteristic. I feel like Pasha has been... He's been impressing me so much in the last month. He's been super stable, and I mean, in a way I shouldn't be impressed, right? Because it's Pasha, and he has, done a lot of good stuff on VP in the past, but he's definitely still stepped up his game as of late. That was uncharacteristic. To me, it's he's been really stable, like in just knowing his limits, not overextending, but trying to go for that extra bit of a hit on Coddle in the tower range actually cost him his life and kind of give Matumba a big freebie, and now he's way ahead on the net worth. That PA. You don't want to see that if you're Navi.
Yeah, 1700 for him. Ilias almost got himself an opening on Yamsor, but Yamsor's holding a lot of stick charges, and I think Zai wants to go for more. Chris pins up against a tree. Yamsor with a level 1 fatal. He needs Chris to be a little low before he'll secure that. Having a very hard time in mid. That Shadow Strike is really just burning through the life.
Magical's playing hyper aggressive, and I think Nisha's probably taking too many. I mean, it's easy to say, just don't get hit, lol, you know. But he does have 2 spells that can dodge the Shadow Strike, so I haven't been paying too close attention to mid lane. But oh my god, he got
a regeneration rune for Magical. Is he Nisha? He's like, can I cancel this? Nope, I can't. I've been through the orb button. Very, very heavy vision of the creep wave in mid. I do see a smoke from Puppy, so Puppy's come down to put down maybe a fresh Observer and Sentry of their own. Magical. Staying on top of Nisha, you'll lose root pick on the bottom lane.
And he is bullying Nisha right now. He forced out the phase shift with Scream of Pain, and then after it was used, he immediately goes into the Shadow Strike. Nisha did not have Illusory Orb ready because he used it to try to break the regen. The Magical just really squeezing every advantage out of this that he can. Even going for the kill there, Nisha was clever to hide on the right side. Oh, he's gonna have to keep back while the wave is at his tower. Damn. Magical is just flat out owning this lane. I'm super impressed. This is usually considered a puck favored lane, but he is stomping 24 and 12 against 12 and 4. And Nisha, no pushover. So that is a really good individual performance from him so far.
Kyle last in game wanted to put a win condition over on Nisha and on Magical, and it feels like this is something that Navi can play with. If they can play with their support heroes, once again, that simple combination. This time it's 2 points in Maledict. Helps get the kill over on Puppy.
Yeah. The lanes this time around are going well for Navi, so that's a big upgrade from last game for sure. Morph is pretty happy. I would say this lane is good for Mars in the first few levels. And then once Morph hits level 5, you hate life on Mars down here, because you want to pressure him as much as you can, but it just never really feels like enough to burst him. And then he resets with, say, a Salve or Tangos, or even buys a Morbid Mask. If Crystallize gets a Morbid Mask, I think he's just free farming for the rest of this lane. Like, there's not much you can do without a puck rotation at that point to bully him out.
They go getting up on the top lane. Poppy's coming back over. You got a quick blur that some top of them can get back to his tier 1 tower.
Still good pressure. This is what I want to see from Navi, you know, that just playing aggressive in their lanes. This time around, I think they've drafted more potential success in all 3 lanes. So I really wanted to see them push it to the limit. Button over it, Pasha. Not again. And this time he didn't.
Pretty close to that tier 1. He's actually going to TP all the way home. So leave the lane for Slayer.
It's a pretty good time to refill. The wave is in the tower. Slayer gets a pull off on the side camp. So all of the experience that is available in the lane will be gained by somebody here. Whether it reaches in time for Pango or not, as long as it goes to a hero here, it's not a big loss whatsoever.
Hey, you're fine if Wish Doctor gets this.
Yeah,
the faster you get level 6, the better.
You got level 5, it's a huge upgrade in this lane.
Probably was about to deny the next dire creep wave. He's got a triple stack on that easy pull. A lot less money in for the NAVI off lane. There is a war that actually watches this happening, but there's not a lot you can do to stop it. Unless Pango can come and farm up most of the stack.
Design start fighting bot, but what's gonna come out of this? Still, this Morph having good farm. I think if you're Mars here, you're happy. You're actually still neck and neck with Morph on CS. So that's really good. But oh, he got level 6. They were not ready for that one.
Yeah, the arena comes down from Zion and Crystallize. Oh, now he doesn't really show he can survive through all of this. But he lost his courier. That's one downside. But losing only a support, the monster arena goes down. Yeah, you lose your courier, but it still feels, as far as like keeping your win condition up and running, not that bad, Navi. But the fight comes to the top lane. Nisha with haste and triggers. No Dream Call Lavelle. He'll all forward, won't find the Witch Doctor who go break for the tree line. But once again, Navi looks like they're just hanging their support to try. He'll begin his TP and then realize that's not going to happen. Maybe because, okay, get rid of the Observer Ward. That's been there for almost a full. Oh, the Swashbuckle! He won the Creep Wave and the Phantom Assassin.
He canceled that TP, I think, not because he thought he was not going to be able to make it out, but the communication there was from Quap connecting, he will kill the call. But yeah, I think his teammates were telling him, stay, we're going to turn this around with a Quap, but he just died too fast. He didn't get his spells out. And even getting off the Cask plus Maledic there and then dying would actually possibly netted them a big bonus kill that they could have collapsed on. Secret, I'll say, happy with this overall. You lose your Coddle, you kill the Witch Doctor, and you force rotation. Not bad. Oh my god, that's the kill they really shouldn't be getting. Was he morphing the wrong way? Zai doesn't usually offensively hit. So, what happened there? I only caught the tail end of it like, right when he died.
Yeah, I didn't see the front of it. That's definitely not great. And now Zai's going to get ready to try and do his own fight. Poppy, Blinding Light, pushing them back. Pasha able to get the damage and the disarm. Just one last scream from Magical to do the work. Zai, remember, he's got Arena of Blood already back up again, ready to fight. Looking to lock in the Queen of Pain, pinning her up against the wall with a spear. Rolling Thunder coming in from Pasha, creating more space for Magical at one charges, as well as the infused raindrops. Give him the cover. Yamsaw goes down. Both supports from Secret dead, but you know Puck wants his fight. One charge up quickly. Crystallize trying to help out. Snap of the Dream Coil triggered by the Spear of Mars. So Pasha, well, they take the tier 1 tower on the top lane for Na'Vi. That's one big advantage they would be very happy to achieve. Is the Pango worth the cost?
I think that's pretty good overall. Like if Matu wasn't farming in the bottom lane at the same time, you would be very happy. Now it's kind of okay-ish. The big thing I'm looking for is, can Na'Vi limit the PA? Like, shutting down this Coddle really hard. Like, Puppy's game is terrible, but that's not really the win condition of the game. Like, Coddle being slowed down, as long as he gets level 7, he doesn't really care. He just needs to get his ulti off, throw a chapter on PA for double dagger.
At least you get P to TP all the way home. That's something. That's one upside.
For sure. Like, you gotta prep for this guy. You can't just, like, PA is not a very strong hero at this point in the game. You gotta stop her from hitting creeps for free.
Well, Puppy's coming over to say hi. I don't know if Magical's gonna say hi back to him, Puppy. Oh, Blinding Light can push you back, but that's still a level 2 Shadow Strike. Well, not to get the kill. Mana Leak. Magical wants to... Wait, I think he meant to Blink Scream. He screamed instead.
No, he doesn't want to Blink Scream Call because he's worried that it's gonna cost him his life. It's a very dangerous spot to go for the kill between the two mid towers. It means the enemy team can TP in on both towers. They could have already pre-rotated one core, and he would die. So that did look like it was on purpose, but with our vision, he probably could have got away with that. But there's a lot of information he doesn't have to make that play. And trading his life for Coddle is awful. He really doesn't want to do that.
Especially a Coddle who's already 0 for 3. But that 3-man smoke up. They're hunting Phantom Assassin, trying to hide it, never blur, farm up Ancients, but the Rolling Thunder Pango got to hit the right timing. And with the Thunder, Shield Crash in and Disruptor Storm. You asked for them to control Matoma. That's exactly what you got, and an Ironwood Tree just for good measure. Puck wants to get something of her own. On a available glimpse, Yamsaw, get the hell out of here. He's all Shadow Strike, and they're trying to bring in more players. A quick jump away from Puck, but the Sonic Wave will connect. Now it's 2 cores going the way of Na'Vi.
Very nice. Crucial to get the glimpse quickly on Sword before he doesn't use as a Quap spell there. Just didn't give him any opportunity whatsoever to get anything done. And again, this is what their line could do. We talked about it pre-game. If you take the initiative and you have this disruptor, Pango can play a key role in this game compared to the previous one. You're seeing it there. He's shading out of the smoke. He gets to actually do stuff. And once you're ahead of the fight as Na'Vi, you have so many options, right? You can glimpse people away. You can glimpse people back to bonus kills. This sound obviously is figuring their way out. Very good.
We're back to the farm game. Phantom Assassin to finish up the Desolator. That's what Matoma was attempting to do before. But now he'll have the space up on the top lane thanks to Crystallize shoving it in. Now Crystallize looks like he's already got some pretty damn good items as well, ready for his own sustain. With double Wraith Treads.
Manta, I don't know if he will change his mind on this, if he's worried about the sounds from Puck, the blinding light. There's no vessel being purchased by the Dire. He doesn't necessarily know that yet. He can't fully be certain, but it's absolutely the case here that it's not coming on. I don't know if this Manta is really needed.
There's a lot of things to break out of.
Yeah.
Potentially just join.
helps him kill the Coddle ult as well if he mantis off the blinding line. It's
great aggressive vision.
They're on
Swashbox won't connect. They're going to go in the Rolling Thunder. See Mars beginning his TP in, but that's a great storm catching Zai on the end of his TP. They're actually going to glimpse him away just in case. Rubik will arrive with the paralyzing cast, catching Morphling for the moment. Same with the Will-O-Wisp. Queen of Pain having to wait out the Dream Coil before she can blink out. They're trying to push her away with everything they've got, and they're able to do so. Turns into a mid for a safe lane, a trade. And Zai actually gets more because he got sent back down to bottom lane. He's able to push the T1 tower.
Well, damn it if you do, damn it if you don't. It might look stupid right now, but I think the fight would have been a lot worse if they let Zai stay there. So, tower goes, like you said. And Secret with, honestly, overall, the bigger win there. Like, yeah, you kill PA, but you trade for Quap plus tower, and your mid lane is pushing in already as well. They're just very quick to respond and push out lanes. And again, it's... Oh, well...
It's just defensive arena for the bounty runes.
Did you get all 4?
Yeah, they got all 4.
Right now, Secret won really big time the last minute. Zai rushing the Yules on Mars, so guaranteeing setups on both Quap and Morphling now for a while until they get BKBs or Linken's. He can Yule into Spear next to trees, he can Yule into Arena into Spear, of course, which is the key classic combination.
Quap's actually going for her own Yules as well. That's first item. Everything a little bit more. Spirit Vessel is completed on Nisha. Already holding onto the 2 charges.
Oh, there's a... My apologies, Toby. You didn't even correct me. There's a vessel on Puck.
It's fine. I'll get you there eventually. No, I didn't.
No, I didn't see that. I'm liking all the heroes that would usually buy the vessel not checking the Puck, but he actually has it already. Okay.
Oh, we're just in a little bit of trouble.
Target. There you go.
Hey, here's a little secret. It says F5, then hit that box in the bottom right corner called Show Items.
Oh, you can do that. Toby, I know you can do that.
It's
but I didn't do it. But I didn't do it. I didn't do it. So no excuses there. Sometimes you just don't see anything. And then the question is...
Yours? Initiation follow-up? That doesn't happen with the Grips away. Can't spear from that far.
You definitely go the Manton more then, I guess, but still, it's still a bit concerning. The physical damage hero, in this case the Morphling, seems to be getting outpaced a little bit. Like, you need to solve problems really early because Puck buys this vessel. So from that perspective, I like it. I think it's very rare for Puck to go vessel like this, but in this game, it seems like a solid choice just because it puts Crystallize on the back foot. He doesn't get to go for the aggressive build where he gets, say, Rush and E-Blade, so that he can try to put even more pressure on Matu. As soon as you force the Morphling into him, he is not a threat for PA. Like, PA doesn't care.
Radiant's top tower is
like, are we finding ourselves back in the same situation as game 1 where you have to beg the question, like, how does Na'Vi win the game?
Well, there is definitely a win condition in the like Kyle pointed out. This game is not black and white, just over if it goes late game. Dota, for the most part, doesn't really work that way anymore. Like, with talents and growth scaling in different ways, usually lineups can do a lot late game. So I wouldn't say that PA has a free game here, but it's just like, if you look at the trajectory of the game right now, NAVI have lost towers, Secret have only lost 1, and their mid tower is full HP, so they have naturally more map control right now.
Rolling Thunder, is that right? He's gonna calm down. You got the Mountain League towards the Death Ward. Definitive Yule Scepter up towards the end. Zai will hit the ground. He's still inside the arena. Is that enough damage to kill him with the high level of Maledict? There's all 4 levels up, and Zai will pop from last trigger. Poppy blinding light in the back. A little bit of trouble for Pangolier, caught with a Spirit Vessel, and inside Leash of Nisha. Already on for more. Slayer will be the primary target. I love this optimistic move from Slayer. It's like, there's no real position 5. Necro Book, the Witch Doctor build up. He's just gonna walk up. Slayer's like, I guess we go on this. Another Vessel charge out.
Still got 1 in reserve. He fight right now. Makes things so much easier.
It's finally gonna be completed over on the Queen of Pain, and just try to smoke both of them as quick as it can. A little extra life as well for Magic getting the Essence Ring. But Morphs is cleaning up the mid-wave. Magical and Alias are heading down to the bottom lane. Puck will be the primary time. Wait your timing out and then get your guns, but you're set up. Need the storm to come down quickly too. She's going to phase shift, but where's that jump away? Support's coming in. It's just a full sonic wave committal. They wanted Nisha down. They got him.
Yeah. Actually, Navi can't really get an objective with this, but it's a nice kill. Like, you got an enemy core who has.
They want
value.
to.
I don't think this is happening for Navi. No. This how. They do some damage though. But you can't push into this.
And one rogue creep.
It's that wave clear factor again, right? We're harping on it a lot. Having support like Coddle and Rubik just deal with situations like these and constantly push waves, create pressure. It's a big part of the reason Matu is ahead on network on the PA. He died 3 times, remember. He definitely did get shut down in his farming patterns, but he's able to get the better and the greedier farm because Secret are pushing so much.
Magical. He just wants the bounty and get the hell out of there.
Oh, I got it.
It will. And Navi not crossing the river to try and go for the power play of the bounty. There's enough across. But already finishing Desolator. Huge amounts of damage, having the Mithril Hammer for his BKB in the inventory as well. And he picked up an Impor for a level 2 item. It's a happy day as a PA.
Yeah.
If you can catch out one target and Puck's on.
Yeah, they want to chase down the Pango right now. Matsu gave up on his ancient camp to push out the wave, making this gank a little less obvious because now PA is not a part of it. Oh my god, they got Morph instead. That's even better. Or did they?
God. He's trying to do his own fight. Pucked hit by the Adaptive Strike, and Morphling still alive. By the paralyzing cast, need the mount come in too. It did connect over on the Puck, but he won't live long enough to have more than half a second duration on that Death Ward. And Pango both fall. Team Secret, everyone's on the bottom lane. I love how the Necro Book is also chasing down the Puck. Gonna make a break for the tree line.
And at least Morph lived, but you didn't get a counterplay out of it. I thought Crystallize was gonna die there, but with Matu pushing the wave, you're lacking that little bit of extra damage to kill on the vessel. I think Secret thought they had that without him.
Yep.
But not enough. They still get the 2 follow-ups though, so it's great.
Morph doesn't die, which means the Manta Star doesn't get delayed. Like, he's going to farm up this camp and actually have the Manta. They would have slowed him down by a little bit more. PA is moving over.
Are we going to see a repeat of the last game? Oh boy, he will die here.
Yeah, Ultimate Or's been purchased. It's coming in. They're trying to deliver the Manta Star, and it will come in the middle of the fight, but he's caught inside the arena and on the edge of the wall. Going to Pain as well, not looking too happy. Can blink out of it. The Essence Ring gave a little bit of extra life. Defensive, you also have to under the tier 3 tower and Team Secret. Man, really looking to dive. Matumba with the BKB reveal. Already has himself double kill.
I love Secret's read on the map and this aggressive move of crossing to kill the Morph in this camp. Like, yeah, he gets them in the end. But Secret know what the next objective of the game is. We've got BKB on PA, we're super strong, we want to cross over, find a kill in their area, and then take Roche. And it's just the icing on the cake that it's Morph they find there, farming. But probably what they expected, to be honest, just given the layout of the map and Morph being missing. Like, where else would he be farming right now? That's what the
Necro Books are scouting.
They kill him.
Blink out from Nisha. He's already getting aggressive, trying to buy space from Matumba to finish the job. Puck's got the haste rune. She can get back pretty quickly to mention the Spirit Vessels. Pasha already going into the Rolling Thunder. Roshan down very low, 400 HP. Rolling Thunder around. Pasha trying to keep the stun over. And Morphy will wavebomb in. Who's going to get Roshan? They push it back by Matumba. He gets the Aegis Mortal and the kill on Roshan, costing Pasha his life. The Adaptive Strike can at least claim that Aegis Immortal back. As Wishdoctor tries a little bit more space of his own, but that won't happen. He'll end up giving more and more charges. And Morphling is bailed.
Did Crystallize not have Adaptive Strike ready?
He used it to kill the PA.
Well, he killed PA after the Aegis, right? Like, Pango rolled in and stunned PA in the Rush Pit 2 times in a row. When Morph wave formed in, he did an Adaptive Strike burst. That could have been a kill on Matu, and maybe they could have got the Roche. Did he have cooldown? I mean, I don't know.
It wouldn't make any sense to have it on cooldown beforehand.
Unless he just nuked someone in the or a creep camp right before. But whatever that was, I didn't see it at least.
Is he going to find him? They're using the courier out. Another quick waveform. Crystallize, I got to kill this courier. It sees too much. It knows too much. And Crystallize is down. No buyback available. Even the push on the tier 1 tower and bottom lane, Poppy's going to stop it. And maybe it was Poppy, maybe it was the blinding light that just pushed him out of range, so he kind of missed the timing on Number.
About such things.
Did he get instant blinded when he waveformed in right before he even adaptive? That's really hard to do with the ball. I think at the time level 2 blinding light. But it might have been.
Yours picked up. I don't have your answers for you since Queen of Pain's going to go down. No way to escape the Dream Coil, even with the Essence Ring. She's going to try and Sonic Wave, and back he can. They're still dead for 50 seconds, and Pasha rolling, thundering himself away to safety. The only option he's got, Slayer doesn't have that kind of option. This feels like Secret now have all the momentum they required. They were very, very patient throughout this game, but 20 minutes hit, and Secret's timing has arrived. Maybe the Necrobox can kill off Kuras. They're gonna get one.
Another innocent slain.
Another Yules into the perfect spear, and the crit damage the Matumba's got more than enough to kill Pasha.
This map got a lot smaller in the last 5 minutes. They just lost mid-tier 2. They've lost all of their... Well, they have one defensive ward at the river, I suppose, but they have no idea where Secret is, and it's really difficult for them to move. But they don't have a natural way of finding information with the lineup. They don't even need like scouts like Hawk or Wolves or whatever.
They're going to kill Chris.
They have a Morph instead.
Yabsaw has the grab range, and that's what Crystallize wasn't ready for. And Chris has been already be tilted. He tried to adapt to strike Matumba before, and he just blur dodged it in front of him. They just go off ground. Very easy for Secret. SOs, pressures, all the teamfight control. No big ultis have to be committed for this, but I suppose what Poppy did burn the Willow with. But you still got Duel and Zayas threatening. Looking forward like this, Pangolier, he's going to go into his rolling fun. Do get the control on Matumba, but he just EKBs, jumps in, kills off the Witch Doctor. You'll have to buy him back if you want to keep this Fidrax alive. Matumba's VKB is wearing off, and you get the double hit from Pasha. Only one up. Better luck here from Matumba. Gets bashed on the dagger. Now the arena will arrive, and Queen of Pain locked on the wall. Push through. Matumba staying right on top of Magical, but now he doesn't have immunity. Now he needs a little extra help to get out. The Glimpse will pull him all the way back inside the base. Needs another jump available, but does not have it. Finally, the streak is ended. Slayer is the one to claim it with the Death Ward.
That
and heavy buybacks from NAVI. They really want to get more out.
That cost them 3 heroes and 3 buybacks to get Matu once. That's all they got. And the gap is just increasing every minute. Secret have, like, if you look at the gold graph of both games, they've just been steady gaining. I don't think there's been a moment where Navi had a beneficial minute in the last 2 games. It doesn't feel that way. It's after very early stages of the game. If you look at it this time around, after 14 minutes, I mean, I guess you could argue this is a little micro bump at minute 21, but there's never been any sort of big win. And I think there's a pretty clear correlation between just the way the lineups work, right? It's Secret having the wave clear, it's Secret having the jump initiations from Puck and Mars. They're the ones making the moves first, and they're the ones reaping the rewards every time. And now, once again, with this kind of lineup where Disruptor to function game kind of needs Pango to lead. Pango can't get a guaranteed catch, so if he doesn't do that, Disruptor loses his purpose. Witch Doctor is dying. Might
wait.
Scepter, he'll be out.
Wait, no. He has clumsy net.
Well, see, my kill now. Just shows up for an easy tiger kill.
Secret are definitely having fun in this game. Nisha, like, if Dream Coil's not kill off the Disruptor, but I don't think he really wants to waste it. He's got blink off cooldown in 1 second time. They seem to work as a group. Sure. Oh, they're so grouped up, but he doesn't have any information. They don't see back that far. Rubik's only now bringing in the Observer Ward. Zaya is free on the top to take the tier 2 tower. Nisha's doing the same on the bottom lane with the 2 supports right behind him. And Matumba's busy picking up neutral items. Titan Slither. You'll take it.
Is under attack.
nice damage. It gives, what is it, like 20 damage, but then the stab resistance and magic resistance obviously insanely good.
Is playing with a clumsy net. They lose their observable on the side. So full Abyssal Blade completed on the Phantom Assassin. Nicely done with the BKB for the Mars. So much negative armor, so much to work with. Fun Dagons for Puck. He's gone for the full 5. I think Chris is feeling a little left out. Navi's gone out for a smoke break, but he wasn't included. But they're going to try and fight on bottom. Oh, Puck! In the middle of him in the arena from Sly. Catch up. Then Puck can get the Dream Coil. And Wish can't fight this one. He's sitting inside the Ghost Hunter. At least he can stop. But, oh my god, Team Secret, all the items they needed, ready to take that fight. And Nisha, the aggressive blink into phase shift. Navi unexpected. Nisha probably wasn't expecting it either.
See ya, Navi. That was a really good initiation and a good read, right? Navi were smoked, trying to get over to defend this tower, and Puck just immediately gets the snap. And it's so easy from there on out. As he breaks that smoke and gets the 3-man silent coil, the fight almost plays itself. Navi can't really get it off. Lars follows through. PA gets a fight of her use. And it's kind of similar to fight this game. They took some more initiative, but Baker are just way too good for them today. It's not. Neither game has really been close at all.
Yeah.
It's not really been much.
Secret were playing for their win condition. This game, what? Matana bottom lane. They slowed him down a little bit. 4-4, but your PA is still hits that perfect timing and do all the damage in the world. And there's no control you've got against it. Like BKB and Abyssal Blade, any target that the target goes on will die. Now glimpse him back. You're gonna try and, well, there's no point to storm it unless the BKB is on cooldown. Now, is going to use his own BKB and just spearing him back into Yamsor's pickup of telekinesis while Puck controls everyone else. The Sonic Wave completely whiffs as he just inside the phase shift niche. It's a longer. And it's like Navi can't get anything. While Matoma to take everything they've got. Well, he doesn't grab anyone inside of the. But he keeps Navi in their own base as deep as they can go. And GG is called. Looks like the trend shall continue. All games in the playoffs chalking up at a 2-0.
Any of the two of them close? Like, where there's been very tight games, or has there been a clear winner every game?
You had the VP Liquid game that went to 59 minutes.
Yeah, that's true. There was
and you had Nip versus Hellraiser's game 2, which went to 52. So that's
okay.
That's probably as close as you get. That's where
so
Hellraiser's VP.
Fully reflect. Like, that's how it is sometimes, right? Like, a 2-0 doesn't.
Blind devotion, empty notion. Like a roaring ocean, slow in motion. Lay down your troubled mind. We are only kind and will kindly cease to